To the regularly scheduled March 18th meeting of the San Luis Coastal Unified School.
Marzo 18, Junta de la Mesa Directiva de San Luis Costo.
The board previously met in closed session and we discussed, we conferred with our labor negotiators. And there is nothing to report out from that discussion. The board, we provide translation services for anyone who needs them. If there's anyone present in the room, we have headsets available by Mrs. Dawson. If there's anyone on Zoom that requires translation, please press on the world icon and you will be connected. And now I'll allow our translator to translate this.
Entonces ponerse esos aparatos y para que oigan el audio en español.
Thank you. Okay, we are now in open session. This is a roll call of the board. Mrs. Baltodano.
Present.
Mr. Unger.
Here.
Mr. Banfield.
Here.
Mrs. Sheffer.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Present.
And I am here as well. Do we have consensus on the order of business?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Moving on then to item 5.01, student representatives to the board. We'll begin with San Luis Obispo High School.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's so great to see you all again. I'm excited to share of all the happenings down with SLO High. So let's get started. Okay, well, we'll get started from over here. So on Monday, we had St. Patrick's Day, and we had a lot of merch for our students to come on in, grab some. We had some beads, some necklaces, some glasses. We just handed them out as students walked in, just in case anyone forgot to wear green. We had them covered because getting pinched is no way to start the week. Thank you. Next, our robotics club team traveled to CSU Bakersfield this weekend, where they won Beck's Region 3 state championships. They were undefeated in both qualifying rounds and in the elimination rounds, partnering with Centennial High School for the win. In addition to being tournament champions, the team also won the prestigious Tournament-Wide Excellence Award along with the Skills Award. This tournament win qualifies the team for the VEX World Championship for the third straight year in Dallas, Texas in May. Guys and Dolls is an amazing musical comedy, and it just came to an end this past weekend. If you didn't get a chance to see it, let me tell you, it was beyond incredible. The entire cast and crew poured their heart into the show, and it definitely showed. Everyone did an outstanding job, from the performers to the backstage crew. Each and every person brought their A game to make this production something truly special. Black and Gold Booster Club is a club devoted to promoting academics, student clubs, Tiger Arts, and more, and we are super incredibly lucky to have them with us. Recently, they've been supporting a multitude of students on campus, such as Avid. They helped cover the cost of our Avid Tiger t-shirts. They also supported the culinary club to develop delicious items that in turn generated additional funds to support the club. They also supported our new sports medicine club as they covered the cost of t-shirts, so we are very thankful for them. Moving on to athletics, we had our winter sports conclude, and our spring sports are in full bloom, and they launched this week. Girls soccer won their regional quarterfinal game over Westlake, but fell to Orange Lutheran in semifinals to end their season as one of the top teams in the state. We are super proud of them. Softball picked up a win over Eastside. Boys volleyball traveled to Dos Pueblos for a tourney, where they finished in the middle of a pack, picking up 2 wins. Track and field took their entire team, which consists of 200 plus athletes, down to Napomo on Saturday, where they took where the girls took first place out of 13 teams and the boys took second out of 16 teams.
Excellent.
Boys tennis, yep. Boys tennis picked up wins over Paso and AG. And beach volleyball defeated Mission and then won silver bracket in the Paso Robles tournament on Saturday. Overall, it was a great week for all of our sports. In the FFA world, not too long ago, several members of our San Luis Obispo FFA chapter competed in regional speaking finals at King City High School. 2 of our seniors placed in the Spanish Creed speaking contest. I was very honored to receive the first place plaque, and my friend Pablo took second place. Junior Mila Shi placed second overall in prepared public speaking, and senior Ariel Olson took fourth in extemporaneous public speaking. All of these individuals qualified to move on to the state finals, which will happen in about 2-ish weeks. So we're excited, getting ready for that. And sophomore Leah Siciliano made the finals for impromptu speaking, and Stevie Bates was elected as next year's South Coast Region Sentinel. So we're super proud of him. Following immediately after, 14 members of our novice and advanced Parley Pro team competed at the UC Davis Invitational and did really well. Then they competed in regional finals and will move on to state finals next month as well. Some upcoming dates is Tiger Fest, and that will happen tomorrow. We are super excited. We get to invite all of the 8th graders to come on out and show them what we have going on campus. Me specifically today, me and my club, Mecha Club, we're preparing food to share with everyone tomorrow night. So I'm pumped for that. Following after that, on the 20th, we have our final slow FFA drive-through of the year. And on that same day, we'll be having our ELAC meeting, and then spring break will be going on next week. So we're glad to give our Tigers a little bit of a break here. And then in the next month, on the 5th, we will be having Beats and Brass, the fundraiser for our band. And then we are looking forward to our 24-hour relay, which we've been working really hard to put together in our ASB. So it's just something to keep our Tigers excited and looking forward to. And that's about it for me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And now Morro Bay High School.
Hello, my name is Zahira Segler. I'm here for MBHS. To start off, this week is our open house. So on Thursday at 6 to 7:30, there will be music, exhibits, activities, performances, food, and fun. On the day of open house, all the 8th graders from Loams, along with several kids from Cayucas, the Central Coast Waldorf School, which was formerly known as Wishing Well, Old Mission School, will come to our MBHS and have an assembly that features the opportunities at MBHS, including clubs, sports, our CTE pathways, and other electives such as AVID, yearbook, and art. The 8th graders will also get a campus tour and a separate presentation from our counselors and registering for their classes. We're really excited. I'm especially excited since my little sister is a part of that, so I can't wait to show off our wonderful campus. And then on Thursday evening from 5:15 to 6, all the incoming 9th graders and their families are invited to a special presentation about MBHS on how to register for classes, and then they'll go out and enjoy our open house. We're going to be having an art show in our ceramics department and selling stuff, so I think you guys should all come out and support our arts. In the world of extracurriculars, last week was our neon dance, and it was so great. We had student DJs once again, which is one of my favorite things that we've started doing. I think it really allows our students to shine and show off all the skills that they have. Our mock trial team competed in Los Angeles with 33 other county champions on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The team was sent from MBHS with a police escort, and we're thankful that Mary Wixon and Supervisor Gibson attended the send-off. Our team faced off against great high schools, including last year's state champs. MBHS did great. Worth noting, Orion Ray, as he earned the award for most outstanding defense witness in the entire state. So we're quite proud of Orion. As you guys may know, our MBHS Superintendent Senators worked last Wednesday to generate database goals for our school for the 25-26 school year. They also began planning their presentation to the staff that will occur in the month of April. Several of our students attended the Si Se Puede Educate field trip at Cuesta last Thursday. Last Wednesday, our music production students went to the Saucepot recording studio in SLO to take a tour of their facilities and check out their state-of-the-art setup. The Saucepot records all kinds of bands, artists, commercials, music videos, voiceover work, and much more. Yesterday, our AVID program took 45 students to tour UC Santa Cruz and San Jose State for college visits, and several of our AVID seniors have been admitted to both of these universities. We're quite excited for all of those students. Also, our College and Career Center continues to offer college rep visits to all students at MBHS. This week alone, we have visits from University of Delaware, Syracuse, Oregon Institute of Technology, Northern Arizona University, Pacific Northwest College of Art, Arizona State, and Central Washington University. We are also excited to share that one of our seniors, Mazzy Paulson, won first place. Okay, yeah, one of the first. Don't think it's working. Okay, thank you so much. So lastly, for mock trial, we're excited to announce that Mazzy Paulson, one of our seniors, won the first place award in the amount of $1,500 for 3 artwork submissions in the 45th Annual Monday Club Conservancy Visual Fine Arts Award. We are very proud of Mazzy and all the hard work she's put into her art. In the world of sports, boys golf continues their great start of the year. One of our golfers, Jonas Smith, scored 66 at our Morro Bay golf course last week. Beach volleyball and boys volleyball continue their success as they prepare for league matches. Our stunt team, along with swim and dive, track and field, and softball, are well underway and are having major success with their swim meet that happened on Friday. The number of student athletes this spring surpasses the total of previous years, and we're excited that so many students are involved in our wonderful sports programs. Thank you again for the opportunity to share tonight. I hope you guys have a nice
Thank you. Is there anyone on the board that has any questions or comments? Seeing none, then,
Oh, real quick.
oh,
Just-
please, Mr. Clausen.
My question is just, you guys always give really great updates, and I wanted to say thank you. We didn't have a question, but give them props occasionally. Every time you guys are great.
Yes, agreed. As you know, you are certainly welcome to stay and participate in the meeting with us if you choose. We're also aware that you have other commitments and studies, so if you'd like to excuse yourselves, we thank you very much for participating tonight. The next item on the agenda is item 5.02, Morro Bay High School Program Highlights. Mr. Scaldi.
Will my little slides magically appear, or what do I need to do? Oh, they'll magically appear. Oh, that's going to be awesome. I didn't realize that I had animation. I don't know that I go back. Hey, good evening, board and superintendents. It's an honor. It's awesome to come and talk about Morro Bay High School. I feel so lucky every day to get to come to our little school and support our student, staff, and our community. I'm going to try to briefly share some of our highlights. And here I go. I have 7 slides, including this one. Topics for tonight. I want to talk a little bit about testing. It'll be a reflection on last year and a little forward thinking for this year. Advanced placement, our U-True survey, which we find very valuable, and then a little bit about attendance. So testing, that looks like a lot, and I'm going to try to explain it briefly. These are 4 different graphs. In the top left-hand corner is where I want to focus first. So in the top left-hand corner are the English scores for all students at the 7 large comprehensive public high schools. So the small schools that aren't on there would be Shandon and Coast Union. So I think our county schools are amazing, but I'm always looking to see how are we doing. And so that top left-hand corner shows us in blue, that's Morro Bay High School. And then just edging us out right next to that is in green is Templeton High School, our rival, a community I have deep respect for, a district and high school I have respect for, but I definitely want to see that our kids can pass them up. And this year they passed us. The last 2 years we beat them. Beat them is a hard word. We've done a little bit better, but they're doing great. And then of course in black is San Luis Obispo High School. And then in the crimson, we have Paso. And then down the line, we have Atascadero, Arroyo Grande High School, and then Napomo High School. And so we're doing pretty well in English. If you look just below, that's mathematics. And we're doing pretty good. We're up there at, I can't quite read the numbers from here. I can put on my glasses though. But you can see San Luis Obispo High School, our sister school, did really well. And we were kind of the next and second. And then you can see Templeton High School. On the right-hand side are the same things, except it is only the students that are economically disadvantaged. So this is just the SED kids, and I'm going to use acronyms because I think our school board's good with that. So just the SED kids at the same schools, and this is kind of that opportunity gap that we're always really attentive to. And you can see that we were not number one this year. Templeton edged us out, but we're close. And then if you look down below, that's in the upper right-hand corner for English Language Arts. And if you look down in the lower right-hand corner, you can see that San Luis Obispo High School did really well, and then Templeton, and then us. Our goal this year has been really a strong focus on everything, but we're really focused on math. So our kids are going to be testing in about 3 weeks, and we're hopeful and excited for them to outperform this high mark as we look at other schools. On the next slide, I have some of our groups that I think are worth shouting out or remarking about. So if you just look at students at each of these comprehensive high schools, the larger ones, those 7, and you're just looking at students with disabilities. So only the students with disabilities at each of these schools, Morro Bay High School kids were the highest in the county in both English and math. So our special ed team and our students were really proud. The next one that you can pull out is students whose parents report the highest education level at their home is just a high school diploma. So just for high school diploma households, our kids were also the highest in the county in both English and math. And then lastly, our students who used to be English learners but have been redesignated. So our RFEP students, they scored the highest on the English assessment of any school in the county. So we're super proud of these subgroups, but we're not satisfied. So that's a highlight we feel. Next, I'm going to talk about AP testing. So this is a 2-part graph. On the left, we have some bars there. And so on the far left, you can see it says 18.5% in 2020. That means the graduates of Morro Bay High School in the year 2020, 18.5% of them had passed at least one AP test with a 3 or greater. And you can see that in subsequent years, we've gone up a little bit, but last year's graduating class was 45.9% of our students had graduated and passed at least one AP test. We're super proud of this. We've made a concentrated effort to make sure that our kids have open doors to those opportunities. Sometimes we knock on their door to tell them they should walk through that door. Trudy, if you guys have been in the district long enough, you'll remember Trudy, the former superintendent from Ventura, that talked a lot about doors of opportunity and how you have to make sure they walk through them, don't just have them. And then we want to make sure kids are prepared and get an opportunity to take the test. And we've worked really hard at it. On the right is just some basic data. Our pass rate is 78%. I got some context from that greater than our district. I got the opportunity to be a WASC visitor at Carmel High School, a very high performing high school, and their pass rate was the same. Actually, it was 1% lower. So we're doing good. I like to look at our subgroups. So we had one English learner take the AP Spanish test and pass. We had one long-term English learner take an AP test and pass. Our SED students were at 75%, so that's a gap of 3%. We're feeling pretty good about that, but we want more. And then you can see homeless population was 64%, and our RFEP students were 65%. So we're proud of the opportunities we're giving our kids to be college ready. I'll mention career ready at the very end. This is kind of a snapshot of our Youth Truth survey from the fall. And the part that I want to reference, I have a couple questions to kind of reference, but just in general, the top one is a synopsis of student survey in key topic areas. And then below that is the family survey and then the staff survey. And in general, the green markers on the right are the amount that we went up by in every category. So we're feeling like amongst our students, staff, and community, we're making inroads in trust and opportunity because our scores have gone up across the board. I pulled out 4 questions that I thought were worth looking at. or mentioning, and there are many, but I'll just do these four. The first one is the students rated this question the highest ever for our school. And the rating was exactly the same for our English learners and for our non-English learners. So my school has helped me develop the skills and knowledge I need for college level success. It's just neat that we have the highest mark we've ever had, and it was the same exact mark for English learners and our native English speakers. The next question is, when I'm feeling upset, stressed, or having problems, there's an adult from school who I can talk to about it. It was also the highest mark ever for the history of our survey. And these subgroups rated higher than the average. They were above average. And so that is English learners, any student who identifies as LGBTQ+, and then any student who says that they're Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latinx. So those groups were higher than the average. And so we're very proud about that. And we think that it's a team effort. Certainly our Wellness Center has a lot to do with that, but we're really proud of that. Lastly, there's just two others. Think about your life. How happy have you been this week? Highest ever. And then just selfishly, because I'm a principal, discipline at this school is fair. Highest ever. You're supposed to laugh at that. That was funny. It is neat. The kids feel safe and they feel like we're supporting them. The biggest focus that we have at our school this year is attendance. I wrote on my whiteboard, attendance matters. In our attack, that sounds awful. Our goal is to reduce it overall by 5%. But our approach is relationships. We want to work hard to reduce chronic absenteeism through relationships. The biggest thing we're doing is we're trying to make sure that every kid is seen and heard in every classroom as much as possible, not just by the staff member, but by their peers. Student talk is a big part of what we want to see in student-centered classrooms. And so any student who is at school less than 90% of the time is on our list that we're worried about. And our goal is to use a tracking device we use for every single kid at the school. So every single kid at our school is on a spreadsheet, and next to their name is a spot for 3 staff members to say, I know this child at a high level. And then off to the right, we put their address because we want to know what their front door looks like. And we put things about them. Mom, whatever it could be. Kid enjoys swimming. They're into water polo, but they also like surfing and they work at Pizza Port. All these little tidbits about children. And so what we do is we leverage that sheet. If you look down in our little presentation here, for students below 90%, we try to leverage them with, let's say it's Mr. Bellier. Mr. Bellier, will you claim Scott and just keep an eye on him? When he's in your learning space, can you make sure he is seen and heard by you and by his peers? Because we want him to know how much we care and that him being here every day is important to us and important for him. So that little thing at the bottom, stronger relationships will equal greater attendance, and that equals student success. We're working hard. Right now, we feel like we're on target to reduce chronic absenteeism through our connections and relationships. We're doing all the other things at a high level. We're SARB letters, meetings, phone calls, but this is what we're really trying to do. It is the core of what we're trying to do this year, and I'm hopeful we have success. Lastly, I was done, but I put this one in because I felt like there was more. And I know I talk fast, and I figured I'd get some forgiveness because I know I'm only supposed to be 5 minutes. But we've had some neat stuff. Sports. We have almost 60% of our kids participating in athletics. And that's just amazing. And at our school, we won 2 CIF championships already this year. And those are the 17th and 18th in school history. You know, we're talking since 1960. Well, maybe 1962 since competitive sports were available at our high school. So we're really excited. Our girls cross country team and our girls water polo team won those championships. Our girls water polo team almost won a state championship. They were runners up. It's a really neat match. We lost 4-7. It was neat. I got to go see that and it was fun. Our boys cross country team were runners up to McFarland. If you've seen the movie, you kind of know the history. Congratulations to McFarland. And then our football team lost we almost had a drive at the end to win the game, but we did not. And so our football team were runners up. A small shout out to our quarterback. I don't know if it's widely known, but in passing yards, he was number 2 in the state of California, number 8 in the nation. And if you add up his rushing yards and passing yards, total yards, number 1 in California, number 3 in the United States. Good news is he's a junior. He'll be back next year. Our girls volleyball team was undefeated. We had 3 wrestlers go to state. We're just having a lot of kids have some success on the field and certainly culturally being in an opportunities to collide with their peers and be led by great coaches. We mentioned our mock trial team. That's exciting. Our AVID program is kind of a heart and soul of our campus in a lot of ways. Not just when they go on trips like they did yesterday to go visit colleges, but 16% of our kids are in AVID, and we're really excited. One of the reasons we're having such strong academic success in our subgroups is certainly through AVID. Our FFA program is thriving. It's made a resurgence. Over 10% of our kids are involved in FFA. And, you know, we have Peggy Flynn, who's kind of a one-woman show, and she is amazing in supporting our children. Our visual and performing arts blow me away. They continue to be just awesome. In our career readiness CTE completion rate, it's on target to be pretty high again. It'll be well over 50%. I don't know how quite how high, but we're excited. And we have 2 new teachers impacting our kids this year. One is our auto shop teacher, and the other one is sports med. And we're thankful that both of them have come to our organization to impact kids positively. And that is the highlights for Morro Bay High School. Thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
That's very impressive, Mr. Scaldi. Very impressive. Is there any board comment, Mr. Clausen?
That was a great presentation. It's exciting to see just how inclusive the community is and how many kids are involved. My question for you is, if you compare Morro Bay High today to Morro Bay High 5 years from now, what do you see as the key differences in 5 years?
I think it'll be to sustain the level of opportunities we are able to offer our children so that they have doors of opportunity when they graduate, regardless of constraints that might be budget or student enrollment or staffing. Having great staff makes a lot of this happen. We have so many staff members who are asked to do 3 and 4 things as far as teaching assignments and extras. So it'll be important to sustain what we've had and then make gains again. How do we support those kids through relationships that are unseen sometimes on our campus so they feel seen and empowered, so that their opportunities as they walk off, you know, typically their last day is walking off the football field at graduation, and they feel like they're as much as any adolescent is ready for those opportunities. We're not maxed out on opportunities for our kids to be college ready. I think we can make a little bit of gains. I'd love to honestly see our A through G rate get up closer to the high 60%. I'd like to see our kids who take advantage of the opportunities for AP classes and dual enrollment to have those at a high level. But I want to make sure our CTE program grows and thrives, and not just on paper, that kids actually launch from that. And that could be new relationships with local businesses or big businesses, whether it be a big business like ACI Jet or Trust Automation. I want to see how our kids in our district, not just Morro Bay High School, have those opportunities at a high level over the next 5 years, because things are going to change. AI is going to be a part of that. Figuring out how we support children in a world of artificial intelligence is on my mind all the time. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. That's a really good question.
Mrs. Baltodano. Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, we'll take Mrs. Baltodano.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Buckman.
It's always great to hear all that good stuff. And I appreciate the individual efforts to open doors, but also outstretched arms to bring students in. I love the approach of tracking students, although that doesn't sound like the right term, but identifying students and matching them with a staff member that's really, connecting with them. I'm just wondering if you can make the presentation available to us, because it was really hard to read, and I'd like to just look at the numbers again.
I apologize.
them. No, that's okay.
I'll
Thank
ask
you.
the amazing Mandy Dawson to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Mr. Buckman.
So I know you've been working on chronic absenteeism, and I know was or is a drain on the whole school. Can you tell me what some of the highest hurdles were to overcome? What are the children facing?
There's a wide array.
Was it?
We were going to target one subgroup when we were looking at chronic absenteeism. We found that there was so much variation that it needed to be more a wider approach. When we first were looking at an equity goal, we thought it might be students with disabilities that were chronically absent that might be our sole target. But as we got further in that data, we realized it was bigger than that. And there's layers with every single child. I think one of the reasons to have a relationship approach is because every child's different. Some of them have exceptional circumstances. And those are kids that usually we're going to find out about. So that group that has, true homelessness, where they're living, at an aunt and uncle's or in a hotel, those are kids that we're usually able to support at a high level and intervene in some capacity and know the backstory. It's the kids, it can be kids who are still in a mindset that I can miss school and just do it on my Chromebook. Like, no, we really need you at school physically. There's so much more that happens in your life when you collide with your peers and the staff at our school than the assignment on Google Classroom. So just trying to emphasize that and get our families to buy into it sometimes is a big deal. Like, please don't plan really neat trips during the school year. We want your child here. So just making those cases and having the trust with those families to allow them to buy into, yeah, that does sound important. We'll try to work around that as best we can. So it varies all over the place. I can't put my finger on any one thing, and that's why we're trying this relationship approach to see how much success do we have and what were the barriers.
Yep. Thank you so much for the effort that you're putting in. It's just so critical. And I really love the one-on-one, every kid has somebody. And the spreadsheet just so excites me. So, thank you.
It's important that they feel it, not just that we think it's happening on a spreadsheet. That's the hardest part. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Scaldi. Okay, next, item 6.01 is correspondence. At the time the agenda was published, there had been no correspondence received. 6.02 is public comment. Public comment is typically reserved for items that do not appear on the agenda. If you are unable to stay but wish to speak to an agendized item, you may do so now. Public comment is held to 3 minutes. If we have translation required, we allow 6 minutes. You may not cede your time to anyone else. But if there are people present who want to indicate that they are supporting the position of the speaker, then it's fine to raise your hand or in some other way indicate so that the board is aware that you are supporting that position. So, Mrs. Sheffer.
At this time, I don't have anything for public comment at this portion of the agenda. We have several as we move along.
Okay. Is there anyone who did not submit a yellow sheet but would like to speak at this time? Please. Please come to the podium and state your name.
With respect, I can't find the resolution that you're going to be discussing. I've looked on my phone, I looked at my house, and I looked in paper. Is there a copy of the resolution for the waiver available for me to have tonight?
Mrs. Dawson, would you know, do we have a copy available? I think I am, let's see.
In the agenda,
What?
I mean, it's on board.
Can I make a suggestion? Can
Yes.
someone just maybe help? You have your phone with you, maybe someone can help.
I've
She's
been
not
searching
able
it.
to-
If somebody can find it, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
Okay, thank you. And then did you wish to wait until that agenda item or to speak now? Okay, thank you. Then going to Zoom, Mrs. Dawson, Mr. Angel.
Good evening, Board. My name is Phil Angel, San Luis Obispo resident and president of the San Luis Coastal Teachers Association. I am stopping in tonight to just let you know that I'm disheartened by the cuts to education, not our own cuts. Obviously, we're making our own cuts, and that is prudent, and we have to do that. But at the federal level, I'm nervous. I'm nervous for our students. What does it mean for our most vulnerable students that the current administration, the presidential administration, not ours, wants to cut the Department of Education? It means that our most vulnerable students will go without funding. They could go without services that we need, including special ed, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged kids could go without eating. Tomorrow, SLCTA is joining a nationwide rally in protesting cuts to the Department of Education. If you want to stop in, say a few words, hold a sign, will be at Broad Street and Santa Barbara, Los Osos Valley Road and South Bay Boulevard, Los Osos Valley Road and Madonna Inn, and California the road California and in front of San Luis Obispo High is at San Luis Way. Come join our SLCTA teachers as we all have the same goal of protesting the Department of Education's cuts by the Trump administration. Thank you.
Wait, Mr. Angel, do you have a time on that?
Oh, thank you. That's a great question. We are protesting from 7 till whenever teachers feel the need to go up in their classroom and get ready to teach our wonderful students.
So early morning.
It's an early morning kind of walk in together, and we're here to educate our kids first and foremost, but we just can't let this go without speaking our piece.
And
Thank-
Mr. Angel, I apologize for, I know you turned in a yellow sheet. I put it with the rest, so
Oh,
excuse me.
no worries. It's all good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing that valuable information. Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak in general public comment? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll move on to superintendent's updates, business and budget update, Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, just a few quick things to add for the board. I wanted to give some shout outs to Katie Eklund for her presentation she's about to give tonight on the budget and all the work that goes into putting second interim together. And how lucky we are to have a director of fiscal services who actually is super involved in the LCAP process and working with Stephanie and Lisa and Dan, our curriculum department, to put that together. So Katie owns it, right? She owns it. And so it's just nice to have that person that's tied in and definitely helpful, I think, in that process. And then lastly, again, kudos to the team and Greg Puccia, Dr. Puccia. So, we made some reductions a couple of meetings ago, and now they have to put all the pieces together. And so there's several meetings lined up and who goes where and certificated, classified, and how we pull this together. So I just wanted the board to know there's a lot of work now behind the scenes happening to, put our schools together and staff for next year and through that process.
Okay, thank you. Ed Services.
Yeah, good evening, board. We have been busy getting planning going for next school year now that we have some clear guidelines. So we've have certificated and classified staffing proposal planning meetings going on. I got to attend the San Luis Coastal Educational Foundation board meeting this afternoon, as well as their executive meetings, also talking about and discussing budgets and staffing for next year so that our foundation partners can help support continuing programs in our school district through these challenging budget times. Our principals met today, both elementary and secondary, and we are working on some big idea things about growth in leadership and discussing making ILT, our instructional leadership team time, more effective. We also learned more about street data. We were also talking about IEP note-taking, lots of detail in the work of our principals. And lots of site visits, great DLAC meeting last week to get feedback and input on the LCAP, and we'll be presenting to you next time we meet the information that was shared. We held great leading equitable school walks at both Morro Bay High and SLO High with their counterpart middle schools, where they got to go around and visit classroom learning areas to observe students and looking at their agency and belonging and what evidence they have of that. I got to work with Dr. Prater's student senators last week as well. Some of you were there, and we were trying to get information from our student senators about the type of instruction and learning lessons that go on in classrooms and really make a difference to them so that we can make sure we do more of those things and what things that don't work for them and they don't like to do. And so we can try and do less of those things, trying to build student voice. I got to attend the Common Ground Advisory Task Force, and specifically, in addition to our secondary principals giving an update about their equity work at their schools, we were discussing the ethnic studies courses that we're currently piloting and moving forward into next year. And again, more information coming to you soon. We are developing programming next year for special education. As you know, there were no cuts made specifically in the area of special education, but there will be some program movement based on certain students being identified and needs and where numbers are growing and where numbers are shrinking. We're going to still have to be moving programs around and hiring for staff and that kind of thing. So Mrs. Gould in the back and I are starting to work on that. And I also met with our technology implementation team. So next month, I'll be sharing with you the work of the Future Ready and Healthy Technology Implementation Task Force that developed our technology implementation plan. And now we're meeting monthly to try and do the 26 items that we said we were going to do over the next 5 years. So more information to come on that. I got to attend and wanted to celebrate Noelle Eben's Guys and Dolls at Slow High. It was a phenomenal performance of many of our students. The singing, the dancing was phenomenal. Mr. Dickinson highlighted today in our principal meeting that indeed the new dance teacher that we hired through our Prop 28 funds was able to choreograph the dances for our dramatic production. So we're having good growth in opportunities for crossover between our performing arts staff. And finally, I'd like to close with celebrating the great work of my instructional services team in our federal program monitoring review we just conducted. Last time we were meeting on Tuesday, I let you know that we had, auditors here from the state of California, but they were auditing our federal title programs from the U.S. Department of Education. And I'm happy to say we passed with flying colors and had 0 findings across the 300 and something different compliance related issues. And really that was the quick work and good thinking of Mrs. Eklund, Mrs. Shepard, Mr. Neff. Also, Dr. Puccia's department had a lot of work to do with UCP, which is Uniform Complaint Procedures. And again, a few years ago, last time we were audited, there were several findings in the area, a few findings in the area of English learners, in Title III is what it's called. And when our auditors had arrived, the Title III auditor had many concerns with our programming. And by the end, after meeting with our principals and hearing from our ELAC and DLAC families how much work we have done on behalf of their children, she turned it right around and left with a big smile on her face and no findings. So I couldn't be prouder of the work we are doing here in San Luis Coastal in terms of both just compliance, but also in terms of meeting our students' needs.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yamashita. Measure C update, Mr.
Yes.
Bickerton.
Yes, we had our CBOC meeting on Monday with our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which went great. Again, huge kudos to Kelly Lee, who gave a whole presentation on state funding and our eligibility and all the work that goes into trying to get those matching funds for the bond dollars that we have. Chris Bonin gave kind of update on each side and progress of the bond measure projects. So that went over really well with the group, and we will be meeting at Bishop's Peak at our next meeting so that they can actually see some construction in action. So we look forward to that. And then lastly, just for the board to know, Chris and myself were, kind of the veterans in terms of the county, been here for a long time, doing bond measure, those types of things. So, and speaking with Ms. Sheffer, we actually met with Templeton Unified on Friday with a few of their board members, their superintendent, CBO, facilities person, and kind of just went over, the facts and, what you need to do when you pass the bond measure. So for them, it's all relatively new in terms of what's happening. And so they were just super appreciative of the fact that we took a little time out of the day to help a district next to us, right, through that process. And so, Chris in particular does that with other facility directors. So we're always looking to kind of spread our knowledge and love, right, to other districts around whenever we can.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, just my glasses here, is a public hearing, item 8.01. A public hearing regarding resolution 22-24-25, approving the State Board of Education waiver. And I have a document that I'd like to read. The next item is a public hearing in advance of the board's consideration of resolution number 222425, resolution of the Board of Trustees approving State Board of Education waiver. The board is gathering public comment regarding its intent to submit a waiver request to the State Board of Equalization, SBE, relating to Education Code sections 17455, 17466, 17468, 17469, 17470, 17472, 17473, 17474, and 17475. The waiver request will ask that the district be allowed to waive certain surplus property sale procedures related to a potential sale of surplus district properties located at 880 Manzanita Drive, Los Osos, San Luis Obispo County, California, currently designated as assessor's parcel number 074-331-0011-330, the former site of Sunnyside Elementary School. And at Napa Avenue, Morro Bay, San Luis Obispo County, California, currently designated as assessor's parcel numbers 066-044-011 and 066-280-045, the former site of Morro Elementary School. If granted, the requested waiver would allow the district to sell the properties through a request for proposal process rather than a public bid process. Education Code Section 33050 requires that a public hearing be held prior to approval of the waiver so that the board can solicit community input regarding the proposed waiver. The board will consider public comment received at today's hearing in considering whether or not to adopt the proposed resolution. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, just for the board's sake and for the members of the public here today, as well as in Zoom, just a quick, brief history recap of where we are and how we got here today. Of course, as the board knows, the board made a decision to declare our properties surplus properties at Morrow Elementary School, Sunnyside Elementary School, and to move forward with that process back in December through what was basically the HCD process, and kind of notifying them. And again, that was declaring the property surplus at the time. And so what happens with that process is we first have to offer the properties to our government agencies, nonprofits. So our Parks and Rec Department, the county, our Los Osos Advisory Council, the city of Morro Bay. So those groups were notified through that process that the board was potentially putting these properties up for sale, and that we would we could basically have kind of negotiations with those non-private groups at that time. And so we have heard since then from the Los Osos Community Service District that they are interested, as well as the county, and the county assisting them for the Sunnyside property. And so we'll be entering in those negotiations and meeting with them and talking about what that potentially can look like. Initially for Morrowell, we had heard back from the city of Morro Bay that they were not interested in the property. There's been a lot of kind of talk in between and community meetings and different things. We just heard last week that they would like to begin negotiating with the school district. So that's good news, right? Because for our school board, our kind of hearing from you, our preference would be that if we can make this a win-win for the community, whether it's the city of Morro Bay, whether it's the community of Los Osos, with those two properties would be fantastic, right? That's been something we've desired. So the fact that the city of Morro Bay is now asking us to engage in negotiations, great, terrific. We'll move forward with that. Tonight is kind of the next step in that surplus property realm, and that is to ask for a state board of education waiver. And what this would do, and why we're asking for it, is this gives the board flexibility should those negotiations not work out. And actually, even if you do approve this tonight, we actually have to notice all those same agencies that we're moving forward with the potential sale, and they can actually put forward to negotiate again through that process. So they get two different notices to negotiate. And again, right now, we have the Los Osos Community Service District as well as the county helping them. For Sunnyside, we'll see where that goes. And then again, the city of Morro Bay has re-engaged us, and we'll start to have that conversation with them as well. So again, good news on those fronts. Should those not work out in the future, through the timeline that you're presented, you kind of see the timeline through it. And again, even though it says 60, 90 days, we can extend that. We can have conversations with those groups as we kind of move forward. But should those not work out, the board then, if you decide to sell the properties after those processes, after the state board waiver timeline is done and after the HCD timelines are done, what this does is it gives the board flexibility in who you sell the properties to. Without this waiver, it's pretty much just highest bid. It would go through a public bidding process and highest bid receives the property. So with this waiver, this would give you flexibility. For example, if a marijuana dispensary wanted to buy Morrow Elementary School and do versus a citizens group, right? Maybe the marijuana dispensary would give you $12 million and the citizens group would give you 10 million, or a church would come in for 10 million or 8 million. The board would have the flexibility in choosing who would potentially purchase that property. You would have the ability. Not that you wouldn't go for the highest price, depending on how the sale goes, but you would have that flexibility to choose, right? And so this process has community input tied into it as well, should you choose to sell the property after the negotiations are completed with the public entities that may request. So I just wanted to give that brief kind of, synopsis, right, about what this is. After the public hearing, we have Kelly Bedell is here from Lozano Smith. So she'll come up when the agenda item is up. The board will be able to ask any questions of her and myself, right, through the process, as well as the State Board of Education waiver, and maybe some things that might come up right now with the public members. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will now open the public hearing, and anyone wishing to speak on this item may do so.
Several. Shall I go?
I
have all these.
Oh, okay. Have you submitted a yellow?
And
I
your,
just didn't realize, I think I checked public comment, but
okay. And your name?
DRC, and I'm a community resident. I live in Morro Bay, and I'm just here to talk about what he just talked about on the waiver. Thank you very much. So I'm on here behalf of many residents concerned about the sale. We all live in Morro Bay. The school has said that they want to work with the community. And initially, there was a lot of discussion as to what the city wanted to do. And just like he said, there is 5-0 favor of the city council. They want to work with you guys on figuring out how to have this be part of a property with the city. So we were surprised when you guys asked for an exemption of the Naylor Act. And again, we had a planning meeting. Mr. Pinkerton was there, and residents were clearly concerned about high density housing and the things that can go along with that. And now asking for a waiver to change the education code. I read through the waiver, and it explicitly says, because the waiver of these sections will allow the district to maximize its return on the sale of the district's real property. So basically it goes to the highest bidder, and I don't see, it kicks the city out of discussion, and the board gets to choose. So I don't see how this is working with the city. The city wants to work, and statistically, schools that work with communities and the towns that those schools reside in, kids have better outcomes. Developing a relationship with the town and working with the town. And I feel like there's a lot of trust to be lost when exemptions are asked. I've read through the Naylor Act. I've looked at the history of why do we have the Naylor Act? Why do we have these education codes? I find them sound and I find them valid. It gives the city and the community and the residents a voice along with the school board. It's working together. And I don't think that there needs to be an exemption for the Naylor Act, and I don't think there needs to be a waiver. Especially in this day and age, I think we need to work together as a community. I voted yes on Measure C. You know, I don't like paying more taxes, but I'm willing to support our schools. But the community is now asking that you work with us. So thank you for your time. I do hope you consider working with us. Because again, I've read through all the education code, and I don't see anything in these waivers that brings the city in. It actually excludes the city from this. So thank you.
Next is Anna Schlott.
I'm Monica King. Do you have me
I
on there?
was trying to do these in the order in
Oh,
which they were
okay. All right.
submitted. That's all right. So I have Anna Schlott and then Emily Thorne and then Monica King.
Hi, I apologize for bringing the noise.
That's-
I felt it
no,
was
they're-
important to be here.
They're fine.
So I'm gonna read from my little notebook here. Okay, members of the board and community members, thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak. My name is Anna Schlott, and I am a resident of Morro Bay. This proposal regarding the Morro Bay Elementary site is contradictory to the wishes of our community. Sorry. Voting yes on this waiver would allow for SLCUSD to sell this property without input or consideration from the community it resides in. At a recent city council meeting in Morro Bay, community members voted overwhelmingly for the preservation of Morro Bay Elementary in order to serve community interests. We came together to strongly oppose the idea that our community not be allowed a say in what happens to this important historical and educational site in the heart of our town. Our city council, hearing the wishes of the people, voted unanimously to re-engage the school district in an attempt to save this site to be used in such a way to better our own communities. Now, with this waiver, Ryan Pinkerton and SLCUSD are attempting to sweep all of that out from under our feet. We ask that you vote no on this proposal and deny this obvious and inappropriate power grab. The San Luis Coastal Education Foundation's mission statement claims to strive to provide resources and opportunities for innovation in learning and excellence in teaching through big ideas, bold action, and community collaboration. In this case, does bold action and big ideas really mean money-making schemes? Is this proposed waiver, which would go directly against the goals of our community collaboration? I think not. This is a power play and a racket orchestrated by Ryan Pinkerton and his fellows at SLCUSD, and I hope that you too will see it as such. Thank you for your time. I apologize for my nervousness.
It's all right. You did fine. Right, next is Emily Thorne.
Hello. Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Emily Thorne. I'm a very, very concerned taxpaying Morro Bay citizen, resident. And the State Board of Education waiver goes against what is best for our small, quaint seaside Morro Bay town. Morro Bay Elementary sits in the heart of downtown. It holds historical properties, and it's the only green space in the heart of downtown that our community and our children get to use for parks and recreation, sports, and recreational fun year-round. And I'm here to ask that you take the school off the surplus list if possible. It is in respect the legislative intent of the Naylor Act, or insist on the ethical return of the property to the citizens of Morro Bay. Selling this property to the highest bidding developer will ruin our town and its neighborhoods, as the state density bonus law allows developers to exceed standard density limits. So a developer will come in and they will put housing. We've seen it happen in San Luis Obispo. We see it happen everywhere. We have a very, very small Morro Bay town. So I speak for the majority, old and young, and I've seen them at many of the city council meetings. There is an outpour of the community. We want our town to stay small. This is a huge property that is going to be developed if it's not sold to the city, not given back to our community, into something that is going to ruin our entire town. So I please ask, don't skirt around the law just to maximize return. Please do what's right for the community, our children, our future children of Morro Bay. This property should remain a school or be sold to the city to remain a space for the community to use. And I've seen it be successful in Cambria. They had something similar. Right now they have, they turned it into an art history or an art space, and they have a community recreational space, and that was a school before. This property can be used in very similar ways, and it really shouldn't go to a developer. So if we can work with the city, many of us would appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica King.
Good evening. My name is Monica King. I have lived in Morro Bay a very long time. My children went to Morro Bay High School, or Morro Elementary, from 1974 until 1986. So I have an emotional, personal attachment. But aside from that, the buildings there are historic. I'm sure you've all been there. The location is in the very heart of our downtown. The soccer fields are used and enjoyed by the community and have been for many years. So I, along with a growing number of people who are coming, I just learned about this, and I think a lot of people in the community are just now learning about it. So there's a wave of interest in this, and a wave of people who would like to have the citizens of Morro Bay be in control of the property. I oppose the waiver. I oppose any actions that limit in any way our ability to procure that property in the interest of the community. And you guys are all in this. What you do is for the children. You care about, the only way to have healthy, happy, well-adjusted children is to have a strong community. And I believe this property would and will and hopefully continue to help the community stay strong and healthy and grow more children that are strong and healthy. So I oppose it. And I do appreciate that you want to maximize your asset. I'm in real estate, I get it, but there are some times when the decision should be more community-based. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's all the yellow sheets I have. Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak? No.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us the opinions here. I agree.
Would you state your name, please?
Oh, my name's Nancy Shum. I live about a half a block away from this property, or from the sunny side, and I'm delighted to see the kids playing there and wishing well. But I'm going to just read this because I agree with the prior speakers on this. This waiver presents the optics of a power grab. I request you deny the waiver, and in joining the waiver, I would urge the board to respect the final statement on enhancing the neighborhood. The developer.
Sorry, I can't, what?
Go ahead.
In the last paragraph of the rationale, it says, attract potential purchasers who will not only pay maximum price for the property, but who will also enhance the surrounding neighborhoods. That's your pieces of paper. So the development plan that I have seen proposed for this by a big bucks developer who can outbid any public agency has a plan that is quite frankly disturbing, in that it is beyond outside of bulk and scale of the surrounding neighborhood. In any event, the development plan is not in the character of the neighborhood. I would encourage you to continue to negotiate with the county for ownership. In the example, I hope the flexibility would reflect the surrounding community, maximize return. If from financial perspective, it is not the best use for the community. I'd like you to work with the CSD to have the property available to become a park. Los Osos is a community that has lots and lots of private open space that the public is allowed to use. They are over 100 acres short of parkland according to planning and land use guidelines. It would be lovely to have a park. We have a very small park that has a private building, a private business, and a bunch of move-on buildings. There's no walking path. There's no picnic table. There's no shade. There's no anything. It would be lovely to have a park in Los Osos, and this is the perfect place, or that is the public place. I think I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is written
Yes,
written first and then Zoom?
yes.
Okay.
Anyone else present in the room? Right, we have some written public comment for this item. First is Betty Winholtz. I object to the trustees seeking waivers from the state. The state has a process that lets all parties know the ground rules. The board wants to be exempt from the level playing field. The district wants the advantage of setting the rules from time scheduled to bid process to not disclosing minimum bid. Going straight to an RFP puts the city in direct competition with developers. Taking this action is in opposition to trustee statements that they want the community of Morro Bay to have its school grounds back and that the district would work with the city. Approving this action does not benefit the community nor the immediate neighborhood, as is declared in the staff report and Exhibit C. On the contrary, it does just the opposite. This is from Nicole Dorfman. We are writing to you today to request that you honors SLCUSD's longstanding partnership with the community and people of Morro Bay by voting no on the waiver in question. There should be no waiver from the law which requires the school district to prioritize local governments and communities when selling surplus properties. The city of Morro Bay has expressed interest in purchasing the property, and the school district should negotiate with them in good faith, according to the law, and not seek to get around the law with this waiver. Morro Bay has been an excellent neighbor and partner for many years, and we are asking that SLCUSD honor that relationship now instead of stepping on it with the proposed waiver. Thank you for your consideration of this matter, which is of vital importance to the people of Morro Bay. Then Diane Calvillo. Please vote no to the waiver from the State Board of Education. The waiver would eliminate the need to follow education code requirements. Requirements important to a fair process such as timing, minimum bid, open bids, highest bidders, etc. I strongly believe that the education code requirements as written is what most would expect to be appropriate and fair. Please reject. Debbie Highfill. I object to the trustees seeking waivers from the state. The state has a process that lets all parties know the ground rules. The board wants to be exempt from the level playing field. The district wants the advantage of setting the rules from time scheduled to bid process to not disclosing minimum bid. Going straight to an RFP puts the city in direct competition with developers. Taking this action is in opposition to trustee statements that they want the community of Morro Bay to have its school grounds back and that the district would work with the city. Approving this action does not benefit the community nor the immediate neighborhood, as is declared in the staff report and Exhibit C. On the contrary, it does just the opposite. Next is Angelina McKee. My name is Angelina McKee, and I am a Morro Bay resident, appraiser with the San Luis Obispo County Assessor's Office, mother of 3, and at this juncture in time, and most importantly tonight, a passionate community advocate for the Morro Bay Elementary School property. As a 4th-generation resident of Morro Bay and proud Morro Elementary Falcon, I greatly appreciate the architectural beauty of the property, the historic and cultural significance of the beauty and grounds, and the generosity of our community in both donating the land as well as constructing the primary elementary school building. In this political environment where everything we respect and appreciate is seemingly up in the air, I ask that you advocate for our local natural resources. Where you may see a surplus property, we see a vast green space in the heart of our downtown. Where you see dollar signs, we see our own Yosemite on the chopping block. While you can't put a financial figure on nostalgia, cultural significance, historical importance, the value of a park or playground or recreational open space enjoyed by all of the children and active adults in our community, I hope that you at least do not skirt around the law and uphold both your board policies for your board's vision, philosophy, and community relations by remaining truly interested in hearing from the community and taking our public comments to heart while not being in conflict, inconsistent with, or preempted by law. Please do not seek out a waiver for the Naylor Act for this property that has already been donated, built, and even renovations as advertised have not been fulfilled under both recent Measure D and Measure C-22. Our community has already given, built, and paid for this property several times over, and we ask that either you ideally take the school off of the surplus list and complete the renovations as promised, respect the legislative intent of the Naylor Act, or assist in the ethical return of the property to the citizens and community of Morro Bay. Hillary Soldati. My name is Hillary Soldati. I am a Morro Bay resident, a parent of 3, a faculty member at Cal Poly, and a small business owner in Morro Bay. I am deeply grateful to be a member of the Morro Bay community and cherish the character and quality of life of our small town. Additionally, I am very grateful to the SLCUSD trustees for their time, effort, and service as part of the fabric that cares for our greater community. I am writing to share my comments and perspective regarding the Morro Elementary School site, both the spacious, exceptional grounds and the unique historic buildings. Residents of Morro Bay and the broader Estero community make essential use of the green space, which offers the only soccer playing opportunity to our children, students, families, and community members in Morro Bay. The buildings are regarded for their distinctive, attractive architectural design. Additionally, these buildings are special historic landmarks that reflect Morro Bay's charm and identity. Excuse me. The site is integral to the tone, character, and sense of community in Morro Bay. As such, it is a critical moral necessity that the city and citizens of Morro Bay retain the voice and authority to determine the fate of that site. I respectfully request that, under the board's authority and direction, the district cease pursuing political or procedural pathways that circumvent the interests and will of the city of Morro Bay. While the district has an understandable desire to maximize profits through the sale of the site, the district and the board members have additional responsibilities to uphold. These duties include working collaboratively and supportively with the underlying communities who are ultimately partners. In this regard, the district is expected to not only act out of fiduciary obligation, but also in a manner that is ethical, transparent, and demonstrative of its obligation to the citizens who pay taxes, vote, and enable countless propositions and initiatives in support of our district schools. I am such a voter. In this context, the historical support by the MB community, i.e. original donation of the site to the district, warrants an earnest, good faith effort by the district to cooperate and collaborate with the city without excuses or procedural bypass and allow this site to be returned to the city. Working together, respecting the needs and values of differing parties, and collaborating toward a win-win solution is not only the right thing to do, it is a powerful example for the students and children in our shared community. I ask the board to provide leadership that speaks to and offers an example of those shared values. And then, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to address the board?
Okay. Seeing no one, then I will close the public hearing and move to item 9.01, which is consideration of resolution 22-24-25, approving the State Board of Education waiver. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, so I'm going to have Kelly Bedell from Lozano Smith come up and talk to the board a little bit about what this State Board of Education waiver really means and the reality of what happens should the board choose to pass this tonight, as well as kind of the timeline. So there's a timeline presented that I think would be good to share and for her to kind of address just for the board's update. And then, of course, answer any questions from the legal standpoint of things you might want to know or inquire about, maybe from some of the questions that came up tonight as well. Again, just to be real clear, the Los Osos Community Service District has, by doing these processes in December, and now this one, should the board approve it, we will be noticing those public agencies that we want to negotiate with them to purchase the properties. We did that with HCD. We heard from Los Osos Community Service District, right? They'll get noticed again with this State Board of Education waiver. So we will be, the board will be negotiating with Los Osos CSD and hopefully with the county to help them in terms of Sunnyside. And with the city of Morro Bay, initially they told this board that they did not want to purchase the property. A citizens group came forward that potentially wanted to raise funds. And so hey, no problem. You have the process, the amount of time that they wanted to purchase the property. Clearly, these two processes, which Kelly will outline with the timeline, give them the time that they wanted, right, for that process. Since then, and again, the board cannot, because they're not a non-public agency, we can't negotiate with private citizens. So we would have to wait till the end of this process to have those negotiations with private citizens. Now, the good news is as of last week, the end of last week, the city of Morro Bay has said that they want to re-engage the school district in negotiations. So fantastic. So we will be reaching out to them. We'll be setting up dates to meet with city officials, as well as our attorneys, right, to begin that process of negotiations. So whether this happens tonight, as we move forward, this is just kind of, again, the next step, another notification that they'll receive, but it doesn't take away our negotiations with the Los Osos Community Service District or with the city of Morro Bay. So that said, I'm going to have Kelly shed some more light on this process and review the timeline.
Thank you.
May I please speak? There was not a hand raised symbol to use. Excuse me.
Yes. We have closed the public hearing, but
9.01, she could speak.
you can speak when we come to 9.01, the following item, when the board will be discussing the resolution. I will make time available for public comment then.
May I speak as well at that time because I couldn't find the hand raise option as well.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. As Mr. Pinkerton has already explained, what's being presented to the board today is a waiver of certain education code requirements. It is similar to any other State Board of Education waiver that would be submitted. The reason for bringing it to the board today is because the SBE does not meet very often. It's only every 2 months, and it takes about 11 to 13 weeks for these to process. As you can see on the timeline, it's actually a little hard to see here. We would estimate that July 9th and 10th is when this waiver would be considered by the SBE. So that's quite a bit away from now. As Mr. Pinkerton has told the board, and the board knows, there are ongoing negotiations right now with the city, with the Los Osos Community Service District, and to some degree with the county. Those entities have responded to an initial notice that was sent on January 17th, a notice of availability for open space purposes. That's a requirement by the Surplus Land Act, which prioritizes negotiations with those entities and obligates the district to engage in good faith negotiations, which the district is doing. In conjunction with that process, there's an overlapping process under the Education Code. And that process also requires notice to many of the same entities who will receive essentially a second bite at the apple to respond to those notices and continue to negotiate with the district. So that's what is here on the timeline. You can see that the TBD education notices to be sent, which provide another 60-day window. That's on the bottom right of the timeline, if you can see it. And that actually references Education Code 17464 and Education Code 17485 et sec. So to the extent that either of these properties would be subject to the Nailer Act, those notices will be sent to Nailer Act entities, which again opens up negotiations regarding the properties. And really the reason for this is, as you can see, it's a lengthy process. At the very end of this process, if no negotiations result in a sale to a public entity, then the board would be presented with another public resolution in which the board would adopt a resolution of intent to sell the property. When that happens, and this is why it's relevant to this, the waiver presented today, what the Education Code says is after the board adopts a resolution of intent to sell, then the property is subject to a competitive bidding process, and 3 weeks later, the written bids are submitted, are opened in a public hearing, and oral bids will also have to be accepted at that meeting. And after basically it requires and obligates the board to sell to the highest bidder and doesn't give any flexibility in the process. The alternative here is the State Board of Education waiver, which gives the board a lot of flexibility, and it allows the board to choose a community partner and to look at not just the price and what's the highest return on the investment, which the board does have an obligation to look at as stewards of public funds that have been invested for public education into these properties. But the board can also take into account the community needs. So it's a balancing. And the strict process under the Education Code doesn't allow for that kind of balancing. So that's what's being presented to the board today, this evening. And another thing to think about is that when it comes, if and when it comes to a request for proposal process, there might be a partner in the community that maybe the board decides they would rather sell the property to. So that's rather than just the highest payer. This isn't an exemption from any Nailer Act requirements. So I know that there was some concern about that. As I mentioned, the Nailer Act notices have not been sent. And I think, I also just wanted to clarify that because of the noticing process that's ongoing and the obligation to negotiate with the public entities, the CSD, the city of Morro Bay, et cetera, the district isn't really in a position to be negotiating with developers yet. That wouldn't be until that whole negotiation process is over and those entities have already received priority. So this isn't really bypassing that. This does not bypass that process at all. Does the board have any
Thank you.
questions?
Let's see, Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, so I mean, my biggest observation is this whole process is super confusing and complex. But so I'm just trying to rationalize the public comment with my understanding of this process. And maybe you can clarify if my understandings are correct. But my understanding of how we started on this journey was saying this is a property that we're not using fully and not able to fully maintain. Let's see if it can benefit the broader community in a different way. And we asked you as our council to lay out a path that would make it available to entities like the city and the CSD, and to do that as correctly and efficiently as possible. And that this waiver is part of that. And that in fact, my understanding is this waiver is intended to make it so we don't have to sell to the highest bidder, and to give us more flexibility to work with entities like the city. And so I listened to the comment. I really appreciate everyone being here, but I'm confused because the input from the community contradicts my understanding of what we're trying to do. And I guess my message to you guys that are here is I think we're a lot, like we're trying to do what you're asking. I think we are, I think this waiver is the path to accomplish what everyone's requesting, but I might just be confused because it's a confusing process. So maybe you can help me reconcile my understanding of what I just stated with some of the public input and explain, I don't know, maybe just correct what I said. Anything I said that's wrong, can you fix it?
I think that sounds accurate
Okay.
to me. And I would ask if I could share the timeline again, please. So if you can zoom to the left of the screen, please, to where it shows. So here, I guess it's kind of hard to see here. Is there a way to zoom out on it a little bit? Zoom out a little bit? Yeah. So on the left of the screen, you can see that there were several years of the discussions going on with the city of Morro Bay and with the county regarding Sunnyside. And those have been going on for years informally. And in 2000, 2001, that was when the 7-Eleven committee process happened and the schools closed. So, and if you look back at the December 17th box here, it's showing the beginning kind of the formal process. So at any point, these properties could have been sold through a process to another public entity. And that was the reason for the informal discussions, shall we say. And December 17th, 2024, which by the way, the district told both the city and the county ahead of time, we're going to start the process. That kicked off this surplus property process. And I do think there's a lot of, whenever the board is taking any action to move the process forward, there can be a lot of concerns from the community. But ultimately, if you look at the very end of this timeline, in the gray box on the right, there's a lot of time in this process before the board would take any action to actually sell the property. So that's not in front of the board today. And I think that whenever there's something maybe on the agenda regarding the property, it might cause a feeling in the community that the district is further along in the process than it is, if that makes sense.
So my confusion is just this: we're having discussion about the fact that this waiver would prevent the property from getting to the city of Morro Bay or to the CSD. And my understanding is the opposite, is that this waiver is actually the path to help us get it there.
Absolutely.
And I just want to make sure, those of you that are speaking disagree with that. I want to understand why. But I think we're trying to do the right thing here to get in a situation where we're not going to the highest bidder, where we're trying to keep it in the community. And this is how we understand the steps to be. And yet there's clearly pushback and concern, and that concern comes from a very healthy place. But I think this is us trying to do the right thing. And if it's not, what other options are? I mean, My understanding is listening to everyone. If we want to see this happen, I should vote for this waiver tonight, but everyone's requesting me not to vote for the waiver, and I'm just confused, I guess. So I don't know. Is anyone else?
I'm
Mrs.
feeling exactly the
Baldonado?
same way.
I appreciate that it's confusing. It's confusing for me too. And so I have specific issues that were raised by public comment that I just want to quickly address what I think is reality and have you correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm thinking this might clarify some of the confusion that you expressed, Mr. Clausen. So it was said that this waiver would waive the Naylor Act. And I did some quick research. That is not accurate, right? It waives certain education codes. The Naylor Act is Education Code 17485. It does not waive that act. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It was also said that this process of if we adopted these waivers would allow us to advance without community input. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
There's community input at every stage of the process going forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I also heard that if we approve these waivers, we would be essentially agreeing to sell to the highest bidder. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
It's actually the opposite. It's actually allowing us more flexibility so that we don't have to sell to the highest bidder if that's not in the best interests of our students and our communities. Is that correct?
That's correct. The board would be balancing the obligation to get a fair return on public funds that have been invested for school districts in that property, in both properties, against balancing with the needs of the community. Correct.
Absolutely. Okay. And then, and again, it was said that the board, if we granted these waivers, we are just wanting to maximize our assets. And again, it's actually just creating flexibility so that we can do that balancing act and weigh things beyond just the highest bidder. We can look at other factors in making a decision as to these properties.
That's correct. And if I could also just add that the proceeds from any sale of surplus property do not go into operational expenses. They are used for capital outlay and they're in a restricted fund.
That clarified things for me, and I'm hoping maybe it clarified things for some of my colleagues.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Unger.
Yeah, and I would agree. Thank you very much to both of you for raising the questions that I had, and Mrs. Baldonado for asking the questions that I think help clarify my understanding of this better. It appears to me, based on what you have asked and what you have stated, is that this actually provides us the flexibility that we want to be able to work with the city of Morro Bay and the Community Services District in Los Osos. So I want to thank you very much for helping me understand that.
Mrs. Sheffer.
Thank you. And I think that for members of the public, something that can be add to confusion at times is even as the board, we haven't been sitting in a back room trying to figure out how to, do things without public input. A lot of this obviously based on Mr. Clausen's comments and Mr. Unger's and questions that we've asked in the past. We're learning, we're all in this together. We've been very transparent, and according to the timeline, it has been going on quite some time, the process, and it is on our website. Everything we're doing is on the website and can be accessed that way. There are we'll be talking about this a lot as we move forward, partly because the timeline is long that we have to do with many steps along the way and opportunities for additional board input. And what we do tonight, nothing we do tonight is precluding the district from negotiating with others. We're not cutting off any opportunities for negotiation. There's a process to do that, but that's what we're working on here. As one board member, we haven't voted on this yet, but I appreciate the flexibility that is provided by by the waivers. It opens doors instead of closing them, and that's important to me. And I hope that the Ms. Shum, you referred to a development plan at Sunnyside that includes a big box or something, and I have not seen that. So, if something like that is out there, then it hasn't come to our attention, and it would be, or at least to my attention, and it would be very premature at this point to, as I hope you've gleaned from the discussion here, we're in no position to begin entertaining anything like that. So hopefully that is, I know that things, we start hearing things within the communities of what ideas people have, and that this will happen and that will happen, and nobody will have any say about it. It will all happen despite our anyone's desires. So we will continue down this path of seeking input and going through the necessary steps. So
Hotel, many houses,
okay.
both of commercial and courtyard.
Okay.
And was presented to your,
Yeah, thank you. We can't have it back and forth, but thank you.
Okay, if there's no additional board comment, then I know that we have people on Zoom that would like to comment. Mrs. Dawson?
I have I have Judy Lynn and Julian.
Okay. I think Judy Lynn was the first.
Hello,
Yes, it's your time to speak.
good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm a little concerned because I thought in the beginning, the district had the ability to sell to the city and work with the community. And I'm not sure why it appears that now that has gone away. I mean, you could have literally given it back to us. That was my understanding. What is alarming about your verbiage, it seems to be a little bit of wordplay and trickery. But what stands out is, quote, because the waiver of these sections will allow the district to maximize its return on the sale of the district's real property. That's alarming. The fact that Ms. Rogers is on record telling a community member that the district will definitely maximize their return. It doesn't reassure us about the waivers being something that's good. It sounds like it's a little different than that. And I really do think that the waivers seek to expedite the sale of Moore Elementary, gives the appearance of bypassing and outpricing community members and city council. Pinkerton and Prater's plan goes against doing what is best and has been requested by the very community members who have, through the years, supported our schools through bonds, property taxes, and good old-fashioned volunteerism. It's a sad form of greed. The deficit. Could it be that the district is running a deficit due to the board rubber stamping spending approvals presented by Pinkerton and Prater? If Dr. Prater is serious about lowering the deficit, why hasn't he gotten a loan and paid us back for the money that the kids lent him to purchase a home he couldn't afford? There is an appearance of the board allowing the deficit, and now in the Morrow Elementary case, gouging the community for, let me say possibly, gouging the community for money to fix a deficit problem. We have in good faith consistently supported measures and bonds at the request of the district staff. Will you now please side with community members who voted you in to protect us and add checks and balances to what district administration proposes? A dear San Luis colleague just reminded me of an Irish saying that says, never sell the land. In the long run, the district would be best served by not selling and instead leasing. They could consider leasing a portion of the property northwest area to a developer. And they could also put off selling, knowing that there is a strong
3 minutes.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon? Oh, we're 3 minutes, we're up? Okay.
Next was Julian.
Julian?
Hello, my name is Tundi Banfi Stapleton. Julian is my son's name, who was on the list there. I am a Morro Bay resident, and I initially wanted to ask that you please vote against item 8.01, resolution number 24-25, approving the State Board of Education waiver. Although now there seems to be some confusion over what the waiver accomplishes, I ask that you please do not put budget balancing ahead of the needs of our community. I feel that the ed code the district is asking to be waived was put into place for a reason. So please allow the city a fair chance to try and purchase the property for the community by, if needed, denying the waiver. The property should be enjoyed by the city and its residents, not sold to the highest bidder to be developed. At the very least, I ask that you please wait to vote on the waiver until after you speak to the city at the next meeting in 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that wishes to speak to this? Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you bet.
Oh,
Got it? Okay.
Mrs. Winholtz, we
yes.
have already read aloud your written comment,
Oh, okay.
so we can entertain verbal comment as well.
Cannot.
Cannot. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Natalia Mirzoyan. I'm a 55 plus year resident of San Luis County and Morro Bay. I had 5 children go through school in Morro Bay at Morro Elementary. And we've used that property so much for community purposes and learning of its history from friends, and one in particular who's 99 and just moved to the Bayside Residence Hospital, is a member of the Halling family that's been in the city forever. And he recounted the gift, you'd have to call it a gift, of the property to the city. And then I also talked to Bill Newman. I assume somebody here knows Bill Newman because he was a longtime superintendent of schools. But I was not aware that he was also the principal / superintendent of Morro Union School District before they merged with San Luis. Anyway, I don't know the exact process through which San Luis Obispo acquired the property deeds when we hooked up with them. But I know the property was pretty much a Morro Bay thing. And, and I know that school district needs money now, but to kind of have a predatory behavior towards it vis-a-vis Morro Bay needing it for their community. I think that's not ethical and not proper. And I think that the
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I think the school district should bend over backwards to make it possible for us to recoup it. Thank you.
Okay, I need to ask, is there anyone else present who would like to speak to this item? Seeing no one, then Mr. Pinkerton?
Yeah, so a lot goes into this discussion. So I've been here for 15 years in my current role. And during that time, I think for about the past 10 years, we've been talking with the county, talking with the city of Morro Bay. Again, not negotiating per se, but just, hey, how can this work? Win-win situation. What can we do right through this time? And while that was happening, the site was getting older, both sites, and getting to a point where they need, we weren't using them. Something needed to happen. And so in order to expedite the process, to get this going, to get the conversation really happening, have real conversations, the board had to approve the resolution in December. And by doing that, notices went out and we were notified about, hey, let's start negotiations. Let's get moving on this, not just behind the scenes talk between city managers and those type, but let's get going. Let's see if we can make this happen. So that's what the HCD one was back in December. This next one is just the next phase of it, right? So they are all going to get noticed again. So you do this to notice those public agencies. Let's negotiate. Let's start to have the conversation. So the great news is the city of Morro Bay, who initially said no, has now said we want to engage in negotiations. So for all the people that are concerned about Morrowell, great. Hopefully we can come to some, settlement and work out an agreement, which is exactly what this board wanted to do in the first place, right? So, and that's hopefully where this entire process will end, is that exactly what everyone has talked about today will happen, right? And what I will tell you is that for the people in Los Osos and the people in Morro Bay, in order for the city to make that happen, in order for the CSD to make that happen, the citizens are going to have to rally to help them, do this and to pull it off, right? Not just to even purchase the property, but the long-term maintenance, just keeping the site open, all the things that we heard tonight that they want to do. So to me, this is a positive step by the board approving this waiver tonight. Hopefully, in that process of beginning that negotiations, if and when you pass this tonight, we will be tomorrow sending out those notices, which we've already received from Donald Smith. And I spoke with the city manager of Morro Bay today about setting up times to meet for the first time to begin that process of negotiations. So I just want you to know that we've already been in contact with the CSD as well about negotiations. They are actually holding a public meeting to kind of bring this up and talk about it with the community that's upcoming. I believe it might be the Saturday to have those conversations. So I just want the board to know that we're in that process. We're beginning negotiations. And again, approving this tonight is just the next step in notifying them that these properties are available for them to purchase. So our recommendation is that you approve the State Board of Education waiver resolution tonight.
Okay, Mr. Clausen.
I just wanted to make two more comments. I mean, first of all, I wanted to reiterate how valuable the public input is. And thank you all for being here and for talking. I think my strong belief is that the best way for this property to end up with the city of Morro Bay is to vote yes on this tonight. And again, if I'm just got it totally wrong, I think we're all on the same page and we're all trying to accomplish the same thing here. And so I don't sense that there's agreement yet, but I guess understand that supporting this measure is intended to help the goal that you guys want to achieve. And it's my understanding the best way to achieve it. Secondly, there's been a number of comments that we are trying to solve a budget deficit here, and we fundamentally cannot apply any proceeds towards budget deficit issues. So there's a total disconnect between the budget deficit and anything we're doing here.
And this has absolutely zero to do with our current budget situation. No dollars, anything that the board may receive for either one of those properties cannot be used to solve any of our budget issues. It can only be used for real property.
So from my perspective, the motivation here is to try to get these properties to a good home in the community that will cherish them and love them for a long time. And this is my understanding of the best legal way to do it amidst a confusing process. But I think this is the right thing is maybe my summary, but
And that's based on the legal advice of our attorneys.
Okay, then I would say that as this has been explained tonight by our attorney and yourself, that voting for this waiver is not working at cross purposes to continuing down a path with the city of Morro Bay and the CSD.
Correct.
That's my understanding.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any additional board comment? Okay, seeing none, then we'll take action on resolution number 22, 24, 25, and I am seeking a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution 222425.
Second that.
I have a motion by Mrs. Baltodano and a second by Mr. Banfield. Mrs. Baltodano,
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen,
yes.
Mr. Buckman, Mrs. Sheffer.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Item 9.02, also a resolution, number 23, 24, 25. I think that's in, yes, 23, 24, 25, certifying the second interim report.
Good evening, board. Good to see you all. So tonight we're going to go over the second interim report. The first slide is a comparison of the first interim to second interim, and the big takeaway with this would be the estimated surplus or deficit. You see that at first interim, we were deficit spending 8.6 million. That had a lot to do with carryover being posted. And you want me louder? Okay. So that was first interim. We posted a lot of carryover from the 23-24 school year. Plus, we had submitted a budget in June with a $5 million deficit. So it went up to 8.6. As of second interim, it's increased a little bit to about $9 million, a difference of $446,000 that we'll kind of see as we go further through the presentation. This slide is the comparison between first interim and second interim, changes to revenue. The biggest change here is to local revenue. That change is due mainly to our special ed billbacks. They were a little bit higher when we billed in the beginning of January compared to what I had estimated at budget development. So that was over a $600,000 increase. Then we had donations. We do our billings back to other departments, and any other local grants and transportation fees are included in all the increases to local revenue. The next slide shows revenue breakdowns. Property taxes, of course, still being the highest. We have LCFF funds at 5%, federal at 3%, and state at 7%. One thing I wanted to point out on the federal and the state, as we are getting back to the normal funding percentages for the federal and the state, back in 22-23, we had 7% in federal funds, and it was all of the one-time COVID funds. 3% is about where we typically are at, and that's for our special ed federal funds and for our Title I. And then our state funds have gone from 13% down to 7%. So 13% represented one-time funds for the Learning Recovery Block Grant and Arts and Music Block Grant that we had and fully expended at the end of last June. So you can see just in those one-time funds what a difference it has made in the percentage for each of those categories. And then we have STIRS on behalf, our local revenue, which again is donations, transfers from the COE for special education, and any bill backs for special education. Next are the expenditures compared from first interim to second interim and the changes. Certificated salaries, it was mainly in the general fund. We adjusted on payroll. There were a few extra positions that were vacant, and we were able to reduce the salary. We wouldn't be filling them. Classified salaries went up, and the main piece of that is we have in BG&T, we have some overtime, mainly for transportation for bus drivers, and then we have paras that we have hired instead of using agency paras. So we just are truing up from, again, first interim to second interim, and the difference there, benefits follow. Books and supplies. It's not that we're necessarily increasing our budgets for books and supplies and operating expenses. Sometimes what happens is, for example, in the LCAP, we think we're going to use maybe operating expenses such as having consulting or another service, and then we end up buying supplies and maybe doing something in-house for PD or just moving it around within the budget. We do our best to kind of project where we think it will be, but sometimes within the grants, we move things around. Same with the sites, they have their budgets. We try to decide where historically they've spent the money, but then they move things around based on site needs. We also had to increase the services for utilities and legal expenses. So that's the overall change for the expenditures. And here is the different percentages of the categories with all of our personnel costs, salaries, and benefits being 87% of our revenues for the 24-25 budget. Here's a benefit projection rate history slide. Typically, our health and welfare fluctuates year to year. You can see the different changes there. We know that STIRS has stayed pretty steady at 19.10. PERS continues to go up 1.5% to 2% each year. And health and welfare next year, we just got the rates today or yesterday, I think it was, and they're projected to be on average 7%, depending on which plan you're on. So not great news for health and welfare increase. Here's a slide that shows the LCFF entitlement. If we were to get funding as an LCFF district versus being a basic aid district. And it shows the different percent changes. We're $7 million out of basic aid status. So we would have to lose more than $7 million to become an LCFF district. And on the next slide, it kind of just shows how close that is. And that's about 1,600 per ADA. So, the next slide that I wanted to go over is something that we thought we should add and talk about reserves, because that's been kind of a topic of the last interims. And I wanted to kind of explain the difference when looking at, we give you the SAC software, and then Ryan will go over the tenure, but just looking at the reserves and what that means. So in the SAC software, I do a multi-year projection. the SAC software fills in our first year. We have to do 3 years, and it fills in the first year, and that's our budget that is in our current budget, 24-25 budget. And then we can build out the next 2 years. So it assumes the first year is your current budget, and then you can build out the next, like I said. With that, it assumes the budgets are fully expended. So that's number one, that SACS looks at all of the expenses, all of the revenues, and its assumption is that that will all come to at the end when you're doing an audit actuals. Next thing it does is when it's figuring out your reserve levels, it takes only your unrestricted fund balance. So when we have two in the SAC software, two allocations of money. You have your unrestricted general fund, which is your property taxes. It's the bulk of our budget. It's how we fund the majority of our staffing. And it also has our unrestricted lottery, which is a small percentage of it, but that's what's included in our general fund unrestricted. Then we have our restricted categorical funds that have strings attached or rules on how we spend those funds. When SACS is calculating the reserve, it takes all expenditures, regardless of unrestricted or restricted, and then divides it out by the fund balance, which is only the general fund dollars, so only the unrestricted dollars. And so when you look at our SACS document, our reserves based on that methodology are in the current year 4.72, next year going to 4.17, and the third year going to 4.61. Then when you look at the 10-year budget, we take a little different approach to that. And in the current year, 24-25, we go and we look at, especially where there's grants that are multi-year or we know we're not going to fully expend. Examples of that might be the Educator Effective Grant. That grant we had budgeted to spend out over 6 years. So we have another year left of that. So we would subtract out some of the budget that is budgeted in there in the 10 years. So we would subtract that out. It hits the fund balance and will roll into the next year. Other grants that are like that would be any grants for child nutrition. We have some general fund that our child nutrition program got for equipment that were quite large, and they're spending a little bit of that every year. And any other grants that might have carryover included, those are, we go and we reduce that down to get a better picture of where we think estimated actuals will end. And by doing that, then it changes because we're looking and we're increasing our fund balance based on what we think will be reality. We're also looking at all dollars available because our intent is to spend all dollars to the best of our ability at each time with a realistic picture of how they'll be spent. So when you look at those reserves, they're going to be 11.49, 10.49, and 6.53. So you can see the difference. We just wanted to kind of talk about that, the 10-year versus the SACS multi-year, because you get both documents in your packet. And one other thing to keep in mind is when looking at reserves, the state requirement is 3%, and we're always above the 3%. And for many years, which we would still like to continue, is a 10% reserve per the board's request. And depending on which document you look at, we're doing that. So the 10-year budget are the one that Ryan lives and breathes off of, that we are meeting the 10%. So any questions, or do you want to wait until he's done with his tenure?
So in order to get to that number, Katie, what did you have to put into your SACS and the 10-year budget?
So, okay, in the SACS document, I didn't change 24-25 because again, that's just not how they have us input in there. But in 25-26, I included all of the reductions that were approved by the board last board meeting for the 5.3 million roughly, I believe it was. So those are included in the 25-26, and they're also included in the 10-year as well. And then we had to, in 26-27, include another $4 million to get our 4% reserves. And that is also, you get a letter from the COE stating they concur with our positive certification, and that is based on the SACS reserves. Anything else you want me to add?
No.
Okay.
So again, SACS, we've talked about this. SACS assumes that you're going to spend every penny that you have budgeted versus the 10 years shows kind of what actually falls to the bottom line, right? So it's a more realistic projection of where things are going to be. But this is probably the toughest place we've been in terms of reserve levels in a long time, right? So, and that's, you know, based on the last 2 years in terms of deficit spending. Again, Katie has shared a pie chart. About 3% of our ongoing general fund budget is federal dollars. So as Mr. Angel pointed out, the potential cuts to anything education department, Title I, special education funding, those types of things would have a huge detrimental effect on our school districts as well as every district probably in the nation, right, when it comes to those two programs. The other one that you don't see as part of this general fund is our food service fund. So in food service, it's a separate fund from general fund that goes through, and it's been fantastic, right? They have not just the federal dollars, but the state has made it to where all students eat for free. And because of those two things, we have been able to provide the highest level of food service that, you know, anyone can even dream about, right? In terms of what we've been able to do and continue to move forward with. So there is also some chatter out there about the potential of the federal government not subsidizing child nutrition in the future years. And so the impact of that would be really rough in terms of our food service department as well. So again, the board has made some substantial cuts, right, to offset our deficit spending. And of course, as we know, we've talked about, it's something that will continue on into next year, right, as we move forward. So once we know what our property taxes are, once we see what happens with other funding sources. So the next phase is May revise. We'll hear from the governor about anything that he talked about in the January budget. We'll for sure know whether we receive some of those funds in June when the governor passes the budget, right, and the state legislature passes it. And then again, the board will have to pass a budget in June, not knowing what our actual property taxes are going to be until really November of the next year. So it's after the fact. So it's a tough place. In terms of the 10-year, what you see again, it goes through the different properties. We could catch on the 3%. We changed it to 3.5% in terms of what we've projected, and that's based on kind of where we've been over the last 5 to 10 years. On average with property taxes. Should that not come through? Should our property taxes not avail to that amount, right? Then that's a whole nother aspect of potentially, you know, reductions that we don't know about. All things saying in terms of what we're hearing from the county and just preliminary projections we have, you know, we feel good about including that 3.5% with the years. Did we not change this document? Does that take 3.5 or not? So it should say 3.5. And it's still 3.5. And it should say 3.5. I thought we changed it because we brought it up after our last meeting and made that adjustment. So we'll make that change and change out the doc on that. I mean, you have your federal dollars. You get a real good idea about how much money that is for our district. You know, 4 to 5 million annually, right, in that realm. So it's, you know, when they talk about the getting rid of federal dollars will have a very detrimental impact on us. Again, other state that we receive, right? So they have added transportation funding now. ELOPE is one that I would be very concerned about long term. If, say, the California economy went down and the governor didn't have money and state funds, like that would be a program that could potentially be cut, and that funds all of our before and after school care as well as our summer programs. So that would be dramatic. So something, again, that we're constantly looking at. All indications are that he's continuing to make that something that he's invested in and will continue and had that in his current budget. You know, then local revenues, of course, are, again, we have a lot of students, as Katie said, that we actually educate here from Cayucas and Coast, special ed programs. So we serve their kids. They pay us for those programs, right? So those revenues come in. And then, of course, next year will be the last year of SB 1090. So the last year of receiving almost $5 million a year in one-time funds, right, to make up for the loss of unitary tax. And so as we all know, and as we've discussed, as the board's discussed, PG&E is staying open and continues to run that plant full speed ahead. We're hopeful that there will be a long-term agreement arranged if they are going to remain open, and that will allow the State Board of Equalization to basically reassess the plant and provide us with the unitary tax that all of the agencies in our county are used to receiving when that plant is running. So again, Dr. Prater is headed up to Sacramento this week to talk to legislators or representatives, right, to talk about that as well as TK funding. And so we're really, making that push to ensure that we're, trying to get either legislation or the unitary tax going so that we can try to increase our revenues through that process. In terms of expenditures, personnel costs. I mean, again, it's when you look at the pie chart, it's like, wait, that's only 82, 83%. But the reality is we're spending more than we take in. So when you compare the expenditures to actual revenues, we're more at the 87, 88%, right? So that's the part that is again, we are a people organization. We spend money on people. What we know is that 3 different things, STRS, which is the retirement teacher for teachers, retirement costs for teachers, that districts have basically, you will pay a large percentage of the retirement costs. 19.1% of all of our certificated staff, the district pays into the retirement system. For our classified staff, that number, again, was 0 to now 22, 23%, moving up to the 27, 28% in the future. On top of that, we also pay Social Security. So when you look at salaries, or you also have to look at the benefits, right, that go forward for employees. And so this chart will show that. It shows the amount that goes towards those, and then of course health benefits. So though the board raised the cap for our certificate or for our classified staff, we do a 50-50 match after that. So when Katie says that basically healthcare is going up by 7%, if that's say $700, the district pays $350 of it, the employee pays $350 of it, right? So I mean that can be substantial when you look at an organization that has 1,000 employees. Not that all of them take health benefits, because they don't, but a lot do. A lot do. And as you can see in the yellow, you can see that chart growth. Green is always kind of a funky one, the STRS on behalf. The state basically, when they changed the benefit laws, they made us show how much the state pitches in. So that is both a revenue and an expense. So it really is meaningless, but the state makes us put it in our budget documents. And so again, as you go through services operations, as we talked about, having the water, our water bill at Sunnyside and Morrowell, $50,000 to $60,000 a year on those properties. So you multiply that by schools and the cost of sewer going up and electricity and all those other things. I mean, so services operations has also increased dramatically over the years. And so again, that said, we're people. Most of our budget is people, right? And so that's kind of what I would say tie in. So just to kind of tie it off, if you look at the very bottom line of the chart, and this is a little tough because it's a presentation, I can't really pull it up and make it bigger. But to know, so we got a ton of one-time funds. We are deficit spending those down last year, including this year. The board made substantial cuts in February that we have implemented. That still leaves us with a bit of a deficit for next year, 1.7 million out of a $140 million budget, right? But it's still a deficit. And so we wait to hear if we're going to receive one-time funds from the state to hopefully make up that amount of money, right? So that we're kind of balanced for next year. But knowing that, we're going to have to go into next year to having that next conversation. Okay, what are we going to do next? If PG&E doesn't come through with unitary tax or TK funding doesn't come through, we're going to have to make some tough decisions in the future as we have to balance our budget. We have no choice, right? So this is not, qualified status, negative status. Those are not things that should even be in our vocabulary, right? Of moving on with our budget. So I will be asking the board to set up a budget committee after the board approves our budget in June, to begin to have those conversations, to put together options, should some of those other revenue sources not come forward, and make that a very transparent process throughout the next school year prior to the board having to make decisions moving forward. So those are just things that, in terms of my mind, thinking through and what we need to look at. Again, it's tough, right? In January, February, as we looked at reductions, we had a lot of people come to the board meeting, say we weren't being transparent, that we weren't sharing what was happening and what was going on. They had no idea. And then you look around the room today. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, staff, for being here, but there's nobody here, right? So it's tough because, again, the public, we're here, people on Zoom, thank you for being here, right? But until it really affects somebody personally, they don't come out. They don't necessarily pay attention of those things. So I will be putting all of this information in our community newsletters. I'll be sharing with the staff, right? And keeping that conversation going and dialogue going to try to be as transparent as possible. Again, hopefully that budget committee will help in that process as we move forward next year. And I just hope that one of these revenue sources that we're investing in, that Dr. Praters and our board members have really focused on to try to get going, come through, right? Because as we know, we need these programs for kids. You hear these presentations. You're about to hear another one after my presentation today about the importance of, just programs, right, for students and academic achievement, and that we keep those going for what our kids need. So that's our presentation. I'm here to answer questions from the board and any that come up from the public.
Yeah, I had three questions for you. Just clarifications, I think. But if you go to the bottom, or if you go to page 5 of the SACS report document. So I guess my first is just a clarification. I don't know if you can bring that up easily, but the SACS document says that at the end of this year, we have $13 million in our cash balance. And 6.8 of that is unrestricted and 6 million is restricted. So when you did the calculation, do you guys have it or do you want me to wait?
We're getting there.
Say the page again.
5.
Right here. Okay. All right. I'm following you.
So it says at the end of this year, we have $13 million in our balance, 12,995.
Yep.
And the 10-year says we have 16.5. So,
Right.
so I have 3 questions about that. So there's a $3.5 million difference.
Remember, there's restricted and unrestricted, so this is just unrestricted.
So I thought the unrestricted was the 6,856.
No. So on this, well, hold on, let me make sure we're looking at the same page. Okay, yes. So on this document, where you see the 12 million, that's all unrestricted general fund balance. And then it ends at 7 million. Or, well, no, we're going to say 6 million, 6.9 over, is that the projected column?
I'm looking at probably a different page, maybe. I don't know if you guys can share
Page
it.
1 at the bottom. Page 3 here, I'll
5.
share.
Page 5.
I'll share it.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand their cash.
Yeah, of course.
Is this what you're looking at?
No.
So on the top where it says 5 of page 112, or at the bottom where it says page
This
2?
page, the page
Oh,
5 right
fine.
here,
Got it.
112.
It's got like a little green table. So
The different documents.
I'm looking at the document called the interim board report.
Oh,
I said
the
SACS
SACS.
document though, so you're right. I said the wrong document.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Not SACS.
Okay, so you're looking at the multi-year then?
I'm looking at the document called
Yeah.
interim board
Right
report
here, this one.
.pdf.
And then it's,
Page
keep
5,
going,
there's like a
it's
green
page 5.
table.
Going. This one, yep. Okay, so
Yeah.
which number are you looking at?
Show you.
What's this, Ryan?
Yes,
Yep, But this is
Hmm.
where we're, oh, it's not showing because you have to.
Showing the wrong
unshare.
document.
Yep, that's what we got.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So what is,
Let me try. Hang on. I was sharing the wrong doc. We thought we unshared. Here it is.
okay, so
There you go.
let's
So if I
start
look
over.
at this green table in the
Yep.
document that I misnamed.
Yep.
It says we have $12,995,785,000 at the end of this year.
Yes,
And the 10-year budget suggests that we have 16.5 million.
because again, this is based off the SAC software.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Okay,
So there's a $3.5 million difference.
yes,
So I got that part.
okay.
So you gave a number that said like 4% represented our percentage of our reserve as a percent of our revenue. Is that the 6,856 plus the 72,000? Because the first one says restricted and the next ones look unrestricted.
Right, so it'd be the 6.856, I believe, divided by the 1467228.
Okay.
79?
So these are my questions. Now that I got to the right page. So the $3.5 million, it is carried forward.
Correct.
Yet it doesn't show up anywhere ever. Like in the 10-year balance is 10-year budget's just always $3.5 million ahead. Like, do we never spend that money? Like, why can't we spend it next year and use that as a way to cover some of next year's deficit? So that's question. I'll just lay my questions out and then you can answer them.
Okay.
So that's question one. Question two is this restricted number on this table goes from 6 million down to 2 million. And the way that we're staying above your 4% number on your other metric in the second row down is by that restricted number dropping. So why can that drop so much? And is my second,
I got it. Yeah.
my second question. And that's enough.
Okay, so the first one is in the 10-year where we take out the categoricals that we know we're not going to spend necessarily in the current year, unlike this document where it assumes everything is spent. We take it out and then it does go back, it hits the fund balance, but I don't go in 25, 26 and add it in the expenditures. I just leave it in the fund balance for right now, but it will get added in when we build the budget or when we present unaudited actuals in the fall, so next fall. So if all of those numbers really, if I estimated correctly and I said $3 million worth of categorical funds we're not going to spend. So remember, these are restricted dollars. It's not unrestricted general fund.
Okay.
These are restricted categorical dollars that I typically am reducing everything by. Another big one on the 10-year that I reduced by was Prop 28. We've received 2 years worth of Prop 28 funds, and they've been a little bit more challenging to spend. That's the arts programs that the voters approved 2 years ago.
Okay.
And so I went through and I knew we weren't going to hire, I think it was $600,000 worth of staffing costs at this point in the year, because we get over $1 million as a district each year. So we have $2 million sitting in a Prop 28 budget right now. And we knew we weren't probably going to hire 600,000 people in March right now. So I reduced it. I don't know if we'll hire them, but I'm not going to make that assumption right now on the 10-year. I'm just going to let it hit the bottom line.
Okay.
When we build the budget.
So it makes sense. So I guess my layman's question is there $3.5 million kind of hanging out that we have the ability to spend at some point over the 5 years that would cover some of our budget deficit, or am I misinterpreting that?
It's a little of both.
Okay.
Some of it is, yes, educator effectiveness, we will spend next year, and there is staff that's associated with that, and that will get spent next year. But so we're not going to over encumber in this year, knowing that we need that money for next year. So it falls to the bottom line, and when we build the budget, we will put the staff against that money.
Okay.
But another area where it might not come fully budgeted out would be the Prop 28 again, if we couldn't hire the staff to spend. So it's a little of both. Categorical funds have strings attached. They have ways we have to spend them. Prop 28 is right now I'm picking on it because it has the biggest, it's the toughest, and it has a lot of money attached to it right now that we haven't been able to fully utilize yet, because they want you to spend 80% of the money we receive on new staff to provide art programs and only 20% on supplies, which is amazing, but it doesn't always equate to a full-time FTE. And so sometimes it's kind of hard to hire for those positions or find somebody who wants to do art at that level. So that's one area where that money would keep falling to the bottom line.
Okay, so if I want to assume that we have 16.5 million instead of 13, I need to just understand that money's in there. It's not like free. The way I characterized it as it's hanging out and available to spend.
Yeah,
is not
that's
the
why we-
case, because then we
yeah.
go from 16.5 to 13, but the difference between 16.5 and 13 is the cash balance is material, right?
Yeah, and that's why I explained the difference between the two reserves.
Yeah, no, I got the
Yeah.
difference in the reporting. I was just kind of wondering where
Yeah.
that 3.5 went.
But
So
just know we have to be careful, right? Because again, spending wise, it takes a lot for her to get to that 4%.
yeah.
Because it's only the unrestricted funds, right? That
Well,
we're
so,
looking at.
so then how did we do this restricted, unrestricted at 2 years out to make it so that we stayed above 4%? And do we have flexibility to lower the restricted further or no?
Oh, where you see the restricted lowering?
Yeah, so back to page
Yeah,
5
yeah.
here, the restricted going from 606 down to 2084. How can we do that?
We spend it up the best way we can. And again, I'm making some assumptions, but I'm not going to fully assume how we're going to either spend it all or how we're going to spend it, whether it be staffing or supplies. It just depends on which restricted resource we're looking at.
Okay.
So sometimes like you'll
Title
see
I.
Title I is an example of one. The educator effectiveness drops off, and that's why it goes from 5 to 2. That's part of it, not all of it, but I mean, that's a piece of it because that grant will be done at the end of June 26. And so we won't either have the expenses associated that we have been spending, or they'll have to have a different funding source.
Okay,
And-
so I guess this is where my question's coming from. In 26, 27,
Mhm.
if we're at 8.6, according to SACS, 8.662, and more of this money is actually restricted than unrestricted, we fall under that 4% level? And
Could.
is that a problem?
Could, yes, could, but we
Okay.
wouldn't.
Okay.
We would, so on this, on the 26, 27, again, when I'm looking at this, I really care about unrestricted because that's the bulk
Yeah.
of where our money is. That's where our staffing is. And that is where I know the county is looking at ours. They don't really care about your categoricals as much, as long as they look and see reasonability. Are you trying to spend those categoricals? Because those dollars should be spent first. And in our district, we do a really good job of making sure of that. With the exception of Prop 28 that we're working on. But if that 6 million was to fall below, it wouldn't matter how much categorical we had. The 6 million is what's going to drive the positive certification. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we need to stay over 4% unrestricted there, and we want to be at 10 plus overall. Is that
Yes.
a very simple way?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for entertaining my
No, good question.
Okay,
questions.
Mrs. Baltadano, will you bear with me because I neglected to go to the public? So, let me go to the public on this item. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this resolution on the second interim report? Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Baltadano?
That gave me a moment to remember what my question was, so thank you. So we've mentioned just in passing that we don't know what's going to happen with our federal funding, which is about 3% of our budget. And I had posed the question, I think during our board study session, as to whether we've received any advice as to how we should be planning or not planning or whatever for these contingencies that we really don't know. So can you just restate what you said about that?
Yeah, so basically, we listened, so we have a state budget officials called CASBO that kind of reach out, kind of like CSBA for board members. And we also have School Services of California that kind of puts out information to us, Kevin Gordon, different advisors, so that we get those data. And for all indications right now, they're telling us to continue and proceed on, that you're going to continue to receive federal funding. Now, when I say that, it's basically special education and Title I. So out of all of those, the one that's, again, like as I kind of talked about earlier, the iffier one that I'm a little bit more concerned about is the food services
yeah.
part of it. But in terms of budget planning, they're telling you, hey, don't like start by right now, hey, cut everything because we don't know if we're going to get Title I. They're telling us not to do that at this point.
Okay. And then looking back at the PowerPoint, in the slide that, well, first of all, the reference, and we've heard this before, that 87.23% of our revenue is personnel costs, right? Salary and benefits. And I just want to be clear that that includes the expected step increases, right? I'm
Seven column.
yes, but the raises that are gonna that our employees will get just by virtue of moving up to the next step, correct?
Not on this particular pie chart. This particular pie chart is looking at the current year only.
Okay, but when we talk about that number includes that, right? When like
It does.
Well, yes,
For
it
this-
does. Yeah.
when we talk about salary and benefits,
Yes.
includes that.
Yes.
Okay.
And then for the 10-year budget, she does include that into the calculation.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
we do look at that in terms of the out years. So for next year, 26, 27, those types of things. She does look at kind of how many people we think will retire in 7 column, and as you kind of build that personnel projected costs.
Right, because those pay increases are built in
Yes.
to
Yeah, for
the
classified. and
employment for
certificate.
classified and certified.
Up to a certain, for certificate, it's about 25 years. And for classified, it's a lot,
A lot.
26, 27.
Okay.
We don't have, I don't think we have anyone at the end of our classified 7 column range.
Okay. And then looking at the reserves slide, and I understand the distinction between the SACS reserves versus our 10-year budget, but looking at the number drop significantly on our projected reserves from 25, 26 to 26, 27 down to 6.56 on our reserves, right?
Well,
And so that's getting quite close to the 4% and well below our 10%
Yes.
preferred reserves. And so I just want to be clear that the only way to adjust that is to increase revenue or decrease expenditures.
Yes.
And that's the Diablo drop.
So we're seeing so that's where we
the
start to.
biggest drop because of it. It's really losing that $4.8 million in SB 1090 funds.
Mhm.
That's why it dropped so significantly into 26, 27.
And then this goes back to when the state then identifies school districts as either, I forget what the designation is.
Qualified or positive means that you meet it. Qualified is,
You've made it in the current year and the next year, but not the third year.
and then negative.
You're just
And when we see,
don't make it.
right, negative is when the state has to intervene. Yeah,
kind of one of the steps. Eventually, if the
Eventually.
county office steps in first.
okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Unger.
So a question about food services, because you brought that up as a possible loss of federal funds for us. So my understanding is that food services is an enterprise fund. Is that correct?
Yes,
And by enterprise fund, I mean that it's got to be self-supporting, right?
it does.
If that fund, which is doing quite well right now, I believe, if we lost the federal funding and we wanted to maintain our current level of service for our students, then is there, because it's an enterprise fund, is there a way of them borrowing money across funds? Because my understanding is that if a fund is coming up short, the only way we can make that up is by essentially loaning money from one fund to another and then having to pay it back. Is that correct?
That is correct for most funds, except for food service. We could just not donate, but we could do a contribution to Fund 13.
Okay, so we could just do a donation so they wouldn't have to eat it.
And when Aaron Primer first started, I will tell you that we were making contributions to
Right.
our food service fund.
Okay.
But we're talking.
We're talking like $3 or
$2 to
$4
$3
million.
right, in
Okay,
terms of
right.
federal funds.
We don't.
And the nutrition of children. Okay, thank you.
Right, and so, and again, though they are making a lot of money, they have increased staff dramatically to serve the number of meals they're serving. I mean, we are serving a lot of kids in the district. And so even a lot of their funds that they receive, it's tied into personnel. It's personnel costs. So they've had to add a lot of costs associated with it. So, that's, we'll have to, hopefully that won't happen.
Given that, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move to approve resolution number 23, 24, 25, certifying our second interim report.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by Mrs. Sheffer. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Did I?
Said yes. I'll say it again. Yes.
Okay, we have a yes for Mrs. Sheffer, and I'm also a yes, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
So before we move on to item 10.01, which is our multilingual learner update, I would like to propose a 5-minute break. Okay, so the board is adjourned and we will reconvene at 9:50.
8:50.
Oh, whatever the hell. 8:50. Yeah, no, I get it. Get it. I do want you to help me if I really, I mean, I'm doing. Shada.
Good evening, board. I'm very excited tonight to share some new information with you about our multilingual learner update. Multilingual learner is a relatively new-ish term. Traditionally, we might call them English learners or ELD students, but multilingual learner tries to celebrate one, that our EL students are not always just Spanish speaking, they come from lots of languages, and there are students that are learning multiple languages. It might not just be their second language, it might be their third or fourth language as well. So my team is here tonight to talk about our ELs, our English learners traditionally, but multilingual learners. And I did want to remind you of some student data that might be interesting and helpful to you as you listen to the context of this presentation. So earlier this year, when we started working with Parsec and looked carefully at our enrollment and how our demographic enrollment has changed over time, I wanted to remind you that back in 2009, we had 3% of our students in San Luis Coastal were considered English learners, and we are now at 8% English learners. However, our specific EL enrollment in the past 2 years, in 23-24, we were at 689, and this school year we're at 642. So we're actually dropping a tiny bit in the number of English learners that we're serving. But the challenges and qualities that these students bring to our classrooms is different because the percentage of our English learners that are at the earlier stages in their process of learning English is much higher. So for example, in 23-24, we had 268 students that were identified in the beginning stages or somewhat learning English. And this year in 24-25, we're at 323 students in the beginning stages of learning English. And there's a big difference in proficiency in reading, writing, listening, and speaking when you're talking about a level 1 English learner or a newcomer English learner and a student who has been in our schools for years and are at 11.4 and they're getting ready to exit. So as you listen to this presentation, I want you to think about how although this seems like a group of students, their needs are very differentiated across a continuum of learning. I also want to remind you that our English learners, the students in this group we're discussing, by definition, would have a very difficult time being proficient on CASP, our state assessment system, because they are just learning English, and CASP is set to the grade level standards. And so by definition, they're not going to be able to show what they know on that kind of test, which is why there's a different assessment that those students also take called the LPAC, the English Learner Proficiency Assessment for California. And according to that assessment, let me remind you that our English learners are in the green zone of the California School Dashboard. So they are making adequate and good progress, expected progress each year they are in our schools in acquiring the English that we're expecting them to acquire. So I've asked, and I want to introduce to you tonight, you know Ms. Shepard really well, and you know Mr. Neff really well, but Shannon McFadden Sullivan, you've only seen once or twice, I believe, and she is our new EL TOSA, replacing Leilani Green this year. And so you're going to get to hear from these three really about the wide variety of programming and supports we're offering these students.
Thank you. So tonight, we are going to be going through 3 different topics, and really this is to represent the work that our EL specialists as well as our general education teachers are executing every day for our English language learners. So it's on their behalf in partnership with us and through Shannon's leadership that they're able to execute the great work every day with our EL learners. We'll dive into the first topic, which is English learner typologies, and we're going to look at what Mrs. Yamashita was referencing. Is there are various types of English learners, even though we put them under one category, there are different subsets. And then we'll talk a little bit about our newcomer or sheltered ELD programming that's happening, as well as some instructional supports. So first, I'd like to paint a picture of what our numbers look like here in San Luis Coastal. And I'll start by celebrating that the numbers that Ms. Yamashita just shared a minute ago were a little bit higher in terms of total English language learners. And that's a celebration that we see a smaller number here because it means those students have been reclassified as fluent English proficient. And we usually shorten that term to RFEP, or say our students have now RFEP'd. We use it as a verb. So we currently have, of our 7,000 plus students that we have in the district, 586 of them are classified as English language learners. And so that makes up about 8.4% of our total population that is classified as an EL. These other two categories really take a look at how students ideally are flowing through our system and being RFEP'd. So within this next number, you see 453 students have been RFEP'd, and we continue to monitor those students for 4 years. And so that's why that number is large. We continue to see how are they doing, how are they progressing. And then finally, they can flow into ideally being exited from that monitoring process. And so that explains a little bit about what those numbers are, but overall, holding on to that number of 586 as we go to the next slide. These are our subsets of English learners. So you can kind of look at the different subcategory within that, that name of English learner. And so we have 151 students that are classified as newcomers. And those are students that have, they've been born outside of the United States, and they've been in our school systems for like as many as 3 years or less. And so we have 151 of our students that are currently categorized as that within the 586. So they make up about 25% or a quarter of our total English learner population. We also have 107 students that are classified as long-term English learners. So these are students that did not reclassify or RFEP within that 6+ year window that we're looking at ideally. It is our goal to not have students fall into this category. And so what I'm happy to report is that last year when we were conducting this presentation with Leilani Green and myself, as well as Mr. O'Connor, we were sharing that there were 174 students currently categorized as LTELs, and we are down this year to 107. So that's a pretty big celebration and a significant change in those numbers. We also monitor, and it's not up on the screen, but we monitor our students on their path to RFEPing, as well as whether or not they're at risk of becoming a long-term English learner or an LTEL. And so last year at this time, we were looking at 112 students on that at-risk list. And this year we are down to 89. And so we continue to provide supports that we're going to talk about tonight to do our best to attempt preventing students becoming long-term English learners. All right, and so this really, what we know about acquiring another language is that it takes time for students and for everyone to acquire proficiency in that language. And so what you're looking at here is, again, the higher level, not the subsets, but the higher level numbers of English learners by grade this school year that are enrolled in our district. And so we ideally want to see in a healthy system that we're getting that downward trend. However, you'll see that some of our numbers spike a little bit. And so I'll point out that within our 4th grade, where we see that there are 75 English learners, we have 19 students who are newcomers. And so that means they've come to us more recently. They didn't start their education with us in TK or K. We also see another little spike at 11th grade. And of those 35 students, we have 12 that are newcomers as well. So overall, we're seeing that downward trend, which indicates a healthy system that's responsive to our EL students' needs. And now I'll turn it over to Shannon McFadden O'Sullivan.
Hello. I want to continue to paint this picture of this dynamic group of students that we serve. And so in this graphic, we have a donut that represents all of our EL students, and kind of another way of looking at some of the data that Stephanie just shared. We see that about 18% of our English learners are LTELs, and about 25% are newcomers. And in fact, some of the earliest data from one of the beginning slides is already a little bit out of date because we have had about 5 students enroll in the last about 5 days or so. And so they aren't represented in that data yet because we've had to give them the initial LPAC, identify them, and then we will update our system on where they fall. And I know at least 2 of those are coming in as newcomers. So several are coming as transfers from other districts, but we're just getting newcomers all the time. So newcomers is that umbrella term for foreign-born students who are new to the United States. They can include, but are not limited to, like asylees, refugees, unaccompanied youth, undocumented youth, migratory students, and other immigrant children and youth. They come from many different countries, diverse cultural backgrounds. They come with various levels of educational experiences and speak a wide variety of languages. As they come into our education system, they may have a lot of different educational needs, language needs, and social emotional challenges different from their US-born classmates. One thing that we are changing a little bit this year is the branding of the newcomer program. We're shifting some of the ways that we refer to it to sheltered ELD to better represent the instructional format that I'll explain in a few slides. The way that we teach our newcomer students throughout the system, as well as to ensure that our families feel safe enrolling their students in these intensive newcomer programs, considering the current climate. And so rebranding it as sheltered ELD hopefully provides them with that feeling of safety for their students, as well as really kind of bringing it in line with what the instruction looks like. It's a change in description, but not a change in the services that we provide. A couple examples of the sheltered curriculum that we provide. This year at the elementary level, we launched Benchmark. And on the left there, you see some examples of the Benchmark Hello curriculum. This is the initial kind of emergency everyday English that we want to provide students as quickly as possible so that they can begin to feel comfortable and be able to function in their community. That program is meant to last about 6 to 12 weeks. It's part of the greater Benchmark universe curriculum, and so there's thematic similarities to what they're doing in their classes, and it's just meant to be a real quick onboarding before they start working with Benchmark Express, which is our English language development curriculum that pairs with our general education English language curriculum in the elementary. On the right there is a sample rubric from our secondary newcomer curriculum. This year we piloted Bridges SIFE curriculum that comes out of City University, New York. It is a curriculum under development, and our secondary teachers have been partnering with the writers and providing some feedback as they're using it in the classroom. It is in some ways very similar to the Hello curriculum in that it's that emergency, what English do you need right now to help you begin to interact in your community, your broader community, making friends, your educational community, having some of those fundamental phrases that they can start acclimating to American schools and communities. All of these curricula target English language development across the 4 domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And they do that through helping students begin to connect with their community. To further illustrate some of the typology of the diverse profile of English learners that we see in our district, this graphic illustrates the over 30 different languages represented by our current EL population. This includes our current ELs, so our current English learners, LTELs, our students who have RFEPT, as well as when a student comes in and is tested on the LPAC, they're identified as an English learner, or they can be identified as IFEP, or Initial English Fluent. And so this also represents some of our IFEP students. Some of these are going to be foreign exchange students, or just students who come in with English fluency, but they have a background with they're fluent in multiple languages. 80% of our students coming in are Spanish speakers. That is the primary language that they speak, and that is the bulk of the students. However, we have a really broad range of language families represented by students in our district. The next most common language in our district is Tagalog, followed by Mandarin, Japanese, Arabic, and Farsi. And so while there's a lot of similarities between English and Spanish when we're teaching students English, we really have to use a broad range of strategies teaching students in our district because we have such a broad range of language families represented. Another kind of piece of the picture for many of our newcomer students is that many come to us as students with limited or interrupted formal education. So this is referred to as SLIFE or SIFE. And it's another umbrella term used to describe the subset of English learners that we have in our district. They're usually new to the US school system and have had interrupted or limited schooling opportunities in their native language. They have limited background in reading and writing in their native language, and thus are below grade level in most academic skills. We see this at the elementary school, but we see much more of it at the secondary level because those students have had longer to have that interrupted schooling. So students who have these characteristics could be refugees, migrant students, any students who have experienced this sort of interruption for any sort of reason like poverty, geographic isolation, limited transportation options, societal expectations for school attendance, a need to enter the workforce to help contribute to the family's income, natural disasters, war, and civil strife. In response to SLIFE, we make programmatic decisions for our newcomer students in the Sheltered ELD program based on student gaps in formal education and or credits needed. That is more represented at the secondary level when credits become a thing, when graduation requirements are needed. And so some of these programmatic decisions, particularly for our newly launched newcomer program, are represented on these next couple slides. So this graphic represents a year one schedule for our newcomers at SLO High. Students have 2 periods of intensive English language development. The first period is ELD 1, and that is a sheltered course just for our newcomers, about 15 students. Period 2 is ELD 2, and that is those same sheltered newcomers, as well as some like ELD levels 1 and 2 and it's about 30 students. Period 3, there's a co-taught newcomer math class. We have kind of a wonderful unicorn of an ELD teacher at SLO High who is also endorsed in science and very good at math. And so I'm trying to think if she's endorsed in math as well. But so she's able to push in and co-teach those math classes. And then a co-taught social studies class, and you can see at the bottom there, trimester 3, an integrated science class. And then one class of the day is integrated with, is an English only, fully integrated class. So this represents a very sheltered, intensive schedule for our newcomers, with the goal really being to fast track them with the English language skills, with the academic English language skills, as well as getting them to earn the required high school credits. Year 2, the sheltered ELD plan for our newcomers includes twice as much integration into English-only classes as year 1. So what this looks like is students have 2 sheltered ELD classes. They have the designated ELD, and then they have a sheltered science class, because that is one of the unique characteristics that this cohort of newcomers is coming in with. They have some gaps in background science knowledge. They have a lot of science credits to earn. And so that combined with kind of our unicorn of a teacher with her credentialing, we are pairing that together to best meet their needs. And then they have integrated classes. So their math class will be English only integrated. Their social studies will be English only integrated, and they will have a English only elective class. Represented in these classes are also other amazing staff members to support them. We have an bilingual EL aide that's going to be pushing into some of these classes. And we have a bilingual teacher teaching one of these classes that can provide some of those supports for students. And so designated ELD will be taking place in the ELD and science class, and integrated ELD will be taking place across the math, social studies, and elective courses. It's important to note that this plan is in response to the unique educational needs of this cohort of newcomers. Our secondary team has been reconvening throughout the year to modify and adjust the plan to meet the needs of this unique cohort of students, give them as much access to A through G coursework, make sure that they're on track to graduate, and doing all of this while developing their English language skills. We're also aiming for a highly responsive system. And so some students, this is working as a framework, but some students are already moving through things pretty quickly. And so some students, even though they are newcomers and they're largely in a sheltered ELD program, some have already started pushing out into English-only math classes because they've demonstrated the skills to do so. And so with some extra support, they're already pushing out. And so we're always looking for those opportunities to really just meet the needs of the students. We have a larger framework in place, but we're responsive to the individual needs of students. Instructional supports that we provide, we have district-wide supports through our designated and integrated ELD. So designated ELD is protected time during the school day, where learning is focused on teaching our English learners how English works, in concert with the ELD standards and in concert with the content that they're learning in their general education class. Integrated ELD are strategies provided throughout the day, and they help provide students access to the grade level content. We offer both of these type of supports to our English learners, levels 1 through 4. They're given all of these supports across the content areas.
So I'm really excited to talk about this slide because you guys got to watch that process and experience it a little bit last year as we were going through the benchmark adoption. Our EL specialists, as well as Leilani Green, who was our EL TOSA, was kind of coming alongside and saying, hey, what else does benchmark have? What else does HMH have? So as we were piloting, our EL specialists were simultaneously taking a look at those other resources that might be embedded within the broader offerings of the curriculum to see, was there something that we could adopt uniformly to be able to provide consistent curriculum within our ELD for all of our elementary sites. So prior to this school year, we didn't have a consistent ELD curriculum, and this year we do, which is really exciting, and I can't wait to see the results of our LPAC assessments. We're currently administering that right now and hope to have most of the kids tested by spring break, and then just be doing some makeup. So we'll be coming back for another presentation later this school year to share those results with you. However, this year we are utilizing Benchmark Hello for our newcomers, as Shannon already mentioned earlier, and then we are also utilizing Express for our ELD curriculum. We've really developed a differentiated approach for our students, as well as an equity-based staffing formula for our EL specialists at school sites. So we staff, as you know, within our LCAP, our EL specialists are staffed according to our EL numbers. And we're not just looking at total EL numbers, we're also looking at the number of students that are scoring a 1 or a 2 within their LPAC assessment for that year. Those students scoring a 1 or a 2 receive that pull-out instruction, meaning they're pulled out of their classroom, they meet in a small group with the EL specialist, and that EL specialist is running through the Express curriculum. What is so beautiful about our system this year is that we're able to, with Express, really connect to the core content that's happening in our benchmark core ELA curriculum. And so what we're already seeing is that our students who are English language learners there's some of this vocabulary is being front loaded, and so they are participating more, and teachers are excitedly sharing this with us and our EL specialists as we're seeing more students who are English learners that are raising their hands and who are able to participate because within Express that some of that vocabulary and learning is front loaded and or reinforced. And so it's really exciting to see how the different curricular programs are fitting together to really support our English learners. Students that are level 3 and 4, we kind of want to give them that push, right? So they're receiving Express curriculum instruction from their homeroom teacher, and it's a shorter amount of time than what our level 1 and 2 students get in that smaller group with their EL specialist. We have also MTSS supports playing a part, and this is where our S-cubes come into play within this system, is they're keeping that broader picture and all of that assessment data and screening data for our students, bless you, in mind. And so they're trying to, as we go through the year, they're trying to see who are those students that are maybe accelerating, that were a level 2, that might be ready to enter into reading intervention within our MTSS structure and then receive support that is from instead an S-cubed or an academic intervention teacher. And so we're really trying to bridge the gap between our systems to see when is a student ready maybe to step out of Express and into some more targeted support if they need additional help with fluency or phonics. So it's exciting to see how our programs and curriculum are starting to all fit together really beautifully. I will say the only difference you're going to see between these two lists in front of you is that our DLI, our dual language immersion sites, have not only English intervention, but we also have within the LCAP our Spanish intervention teachers as well. So they get a 0.5 instructor there as well, because we want to ensure that our students are able to exit that elementary program biliterate and bilingual in both English and Spanish. So that support is important. And here's Dan Neff.
Much stuff. At the secondary level, excuse me, speaking specifically to our newcomer or sheltered ELD programs that we started at both Laguna and SLO High, you can see those students, as Shannon talked about before, are in those very shelter-specific ELD courses, and then over time, kind of push out into more gen ed as they get better language acquisition. And then looking for our level 3 and 4 students who are closer to proficiency are more in those general ed courses. LAMS has co-taught English, SLO has co-taught math, so they're still receiving support, but not in as sheltered because they're higher in their proficiency levels. So a similar sort of setup in terms of very specific sheltered instruction for 1s and 2s, and then a little more generalized to 3s and 4s. Looks a little bit differently in a newcomer program or in a secondary level, but overall kind of the same sort of design. So talking about our newcomer sheltered ELD programs for Laguna and SLO High, you may have seen some of these before. I presented some of these at my last board meeting, the secondary engagement things, as well as these were those site highlights that the principals chose to highlight, as well as I believe Nathan, when Lambs presented in the January meeting for his school showcase, presented this as well. So a little bit of redundancy, but it shows the importance and the focus, I would say, for both of these programs. Very intentional on the academic and scheduling experience, as well as the cultural connection piece. And so if you look at kind of purposeful, intentional work around connecting these students with the rest of the students at the campus and things going on that all students have potential to experience. And so being purposeful about, okay, are they going to dances? Are they going to get involved in athletics, other clubs, extracurriculars? Yes, academics are important. You always heard me talk about opportunities for kids, right? Both curricular and extracurricular. All those other things that happen outside of just your core content that kids can experience are part of their day, and connecting students into those things is, I would say, as important as just the academics as well. And so both sites with their newcomer programs have been very intentional about getting those kids connected in the culture of campus, and getting them into events where it's dances, intramurals, getting them on soccer teams or other athletic things, and then building in that support academically in their schedule that you saw earlier, and then having co-taught classes, things like that. So Laguna's done that in those ways. I'd say for San Luis High, very similar. They worked with a teacher to start their own club. We've already, as Shannon mentioned a little bit before, 4 of the 13 students have already actually worked their way out in the gen ed math classes because of their ability, even though they're newcomer students. They're utilizing a Bridges curriculum, which allows them to get kind of, let's say, more real-time data on how they're doing the work with them. Doing a lot of intentional work with, again, getting them the dances. So Mr. Dickinson has already provided winter formal tickets. We'll give them prom tickets. Working with Mr. Jimenez, a newcomer counselor, has brought the avid seniors in with the newcomer students. I know Mr. Minard at Lambs did the same thing. The avid students were coming in and working with the newcomer students, utilizing that multilingual. It's an asset-based thing, right? It's rad. Those kids are multilingual. And so getting sort of that natural culture going where they'll be able to connect, and those avid kids helping kind of bring in and help those kids be part of a larger part of campus. So doing that purposely at SLO High as well. Those avid 12 students talking with the newcomers about, okay, for next year, here's what these courses mean. Here's elective opportunities. Here's what taking this class is like or that class is like. Really orienting those students and allowing it to be more inclusive so they feel like part of the larger campus. And then also being purposeful of connecting them to the wellness center. So working with the wellness center counselor there, Austin, and bringing them in, and so they know what those resources are and who is the connection for that, and how do I go and get about if I need support and mental health and those things. So, pretty cool ways of connecting those kids to the resources that are there for all kids, but because of a language and maybe cultural barrier, they wouldn't normally access that, and that would be a shame. So again, being very purposeful about connecting them to things. And one of the things for SLO High, this is one of their kind of site equity challenge pieces they're doing, and looking at newcomer students and, are they involved in chronic absenteeism or discipline? And that's, so having some, quite a bit of success of a reduction in discipline stuff, as well as also increase in passing their courses. So those are kind of the two, two highlights of those two programs of the purposeful work they're doing to support those students.
So as a board and as a district, we've been supporting additional parent education, and this was a request that came from our DLAC and that you all voted to approve within our LCAP this last year. So we wanted to share a little piece about what's been going on. We have 5 parents, 1 principal and 1 teacher, heading to Kabe next week during spring break to attend their annual conference. Those individuals will be coming back to DLAC in the future and sharing some of their learnings. We've also had 3 parents attend a regional one-day conference in Bakersfield, as well as 3 parents that went to Monterey, including our DLAC president and secretary. So we're really excited to have our parents be so enthusiastic about continuing to learn and improve, not only as parents, but as supporters of our system so that we can continuously improve. Our next DLAC on April 10th is going to bring back Tony Orozco, who we had this fall. He's actually doing his 3rd parent workshop this evening simultaneously with the board meeting, but we have an ongoing series of parent education that's happening, and it will culminate with him attending in person at the April DLAC. So we invite you all to attend if you're able. It was a great session last time, and probably our best attended DLAC that we've had since I've started a year and a half ago. So pretty exciting, and thank you for the support. Our DLAC parents continuously speak to how grateful they are for the ongoing educational opportunities that we are providing on your behalf. So a few successes, and then Shannon will be jumping into some areas of focus and next steps. I spoke excitedly and enthusiastically already about our curriculum, so I won't go into that one further, but I did not mention that Shannon's been leading work with our EL specialists at elementary around determining if there is a progress monitoring tool that would be helpful to drive instruction for our English learners. And they recently all agreed that the one that is embedded within Benchmark, which is Benchmark Express Unit Assessments, is a tool that they want to continue to utilize in order to monitor and better respond to our English learners as they progress through our system. So that was a big excitement for us because previously we did not have a progress monitoring tool in place. And so we were looking at some of that lagging data sometimes and not able to respond as best as we knew we were able to. I shared earlier that our number of LTELs as well as at-risk LTELs has dropped from last year. Notably, the LTELs dropped rather significantly. And a note of celebration, although it wasn't just Title III, which those dollars go to serve our English learners, it was in all of our areas, but notably Title III was particularly it provided us a lot of opportunity for reflection, let's say that. And we had no findings during the FPM, so we're really excited to share that news. And I will hand it over to Shannon, who will share some next steps because our work is never complete.
As we previously mentioned, our teachers are currently administering this year's summative LPAC. The state has said that they're anticipating we'll start seeing some of those results in mid-May. At that time, we hope to not only reclassify students who may become eligible, but also that'll be some really great data moving forward and for our planning. We're also really excited to see what that looks like after the implementation of some of the new curriculum adoptions. We feel like we're moving in a really strong direction there instructionally. We're going to, of course, continue reflecting on and refining our English learner support model, including progress monitoring at the elementary. We're looking at best practices for progress monitoring our newcomers. That can be tricky, but we want to make sure that we have some progress monitoring data there to help inform next steps, help inform the groupings that we do at the elementary, and continue to fully develop and articulate the EL support program for secondary. We have some really exciting things happening. We, at the middle school, have been leveraging our DLI classes for some of our newcomers. And that has been a really great opportunity to reinforce and affirm their biliteracy and hopefully bring them into that pathway while also socially bringing them into the broader school community. While developing their English language and academic English language skills. And so we're going to keep pursuing ways that we can really bolster this program, TK-12. So it's exciting work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have questions? Mr. Banfield?
I have a couple. Something caught my ear, protected time. What is that?
So it's time set aside each day, and it can be some designated time, like at the elementary, we have the small groups for 30 minutes with the EL specialist, or 15 minutes with the general education teacher. The state of California does not define the time, but they do require protected time. And that time needs to be focusing on not just content, but how English works, and focused on and planned from the ELD state standards. And so protected time, I think, is really just to illustrate that it needs to carve out time during the day to center English language development standards and to center really intentional instruction for those English learners.
So are we saying actual English language study for the learner?
Yes.
That's what we're saying. Not let's say embedded in a content, for example, science or something like that. It'll be the actual grammars, vocabulary, syntax, all of that stuff designed for the English learner at their given level.
But it can be across the content areas. So you could teach English language grammar in science by discussing, say, cause and effect, and providing our English learners with, say, sentence stems that teach them how to discuss cause and effect. But the emphasis of that protected time would be on learning the language of, say, cause and effect in a science setting, rather than, say, learning a science fact.
Okay, but this is not done in the child's regular classroom area?
It can be. In elementary, we do have the pull-out model, but it can take place in the regular classroom. The year 2 example of our newcomer schedule, where they have those sheltered ELD class and the sheltered science class, it will take place in that science class, because we have the certificated science teacher who also has those amazing ELD skills.
Okay. Long-term English learners. What factors contribute to a student staying in that designation? Because I get the impression that they're not progressing, or what is it?
So there are 4 criteria that a student needs to meet in order to reclassify. One of them is a 4 on the LPAC, the summative LPAC, or a 3 on the alternate LPAC. Another is teacher recommendation, and we have a protocol that teachers complete, parent consultation, and a locally determined criteria for literacy. So we have several of those, like a 2 on the SBAC. We use data from FastBridge or STAR to determine essentially a low-risk literacy level, where they have acquired enough literacy. So one thing is that they're not meeting one of those criteria.
Is there a general trend as to why they're not meeting that? In other words, why are they in that situation?
It can be varied. We do see some trends with our dual identified English learners, so students with learning disabilities who are also English learners. And then there are extenuating circumstances of absenteeism or a student who is maybe transferred to us, and we see just a lot of transfer between schools. So there's a lot of factors, not necessarily any real standout other than our dual identified students definitely are overrepresented.
Thank you.
Mr. Clausen.
Just a comment and a quick question. All three of you did a great job, but I wanted to say, Shannon, it was really nice to hear from you. You did a great job on your presentation. You're clearly very informed and capable, and I just really enjoyed your presentation, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
My question, actually, I have two quick ones. How many students with limited and informal, or limited and incomplete formal education do we have? The SLIFE or SLIFE? Did I say it right?
I don't have an exact number. We don't have, at the moment, an exact metric to track that. And so our teachers know who those students are, and we have those discussions, but I don't have that data
Is it
for
like
the district.
ballpark 10-ish, 100-ish,
I'm more in tune with most of our secondary students because that's where it tends to show up more acutely. And I would say it probably represents about half of our secondary students.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
have some level of, limited
Okay.
or
That's understood.
interrupted. We do have it at the elementary. It just doesn't present as acutely in general. It
Okay.
can. We have students who have been out of school for, say, 9 months because they've been spending those 9 months traveling here.
Oh, got it.
Situations like that. And so the disruption, can look a lot of different ways.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, for the elementary curriculum, if a child's a non-Spanish, non-English speaker, how do we adapt the curriculum to those 29 other languages?
Yeah.
So the Benchmark Express is really focused on the English language development. And so it focuses on, it can start as basic as some phonics. And so that really can address a lot of the needs of those students, particularly students who may come from languages that have alphabets that are not the same as ours. Providing students with a lot of pictorial support to develop vocabulary. A lot of the great thing about Benchmark is the Express augments what's happening in the classroom. And so students are getting a lot of repetition. They're getting front-loaded maybe a story in their Express time that they're going to see in the classroom, which gives them some opportunities to be like, oh, I heard this, I know this. Teachers providing a lot of things like those sentence stems, practicing a lot of oral practice. There are workbooks that go along with it for the written practice. And so those are really universal English language development strategies that we use across the board. Of course, we have many more supports for Spanish. We have more Spanish-speaking aides and Spanish-speaking teachers, but it doesn't mean that many of those universal supports don't help students regardless of the languages that they come in with.
Mrs. Baltazar.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful. I just have a question regarding what sounds like a change in nomenclature with the newcomer program being called sheltered ELD. So is that the terminology that we're using? And I appreciate the reasoning behind it, but we just won't be using the term newcomer at all, or?
If I may speak to
Please,
that.
thank you.
The state of California still continues to identify students as new to the country and in their first 3 years, I heard tonight, of education as a newcomer student. However, we had heard from some community members and public members that having all of those children in one place labeled that thing could be concerning to families and staff with the news of potential ICE raids, et cetera, to our school sites. And so to that end, we reached out to some neighbors and did some research about what other people in the state were doing and felt like the safest action was to name the program in relationship to the class that those students are enrolled in. And so, correct, moving forward, we will be trying to change our nomenclature and the words we use to be our sheltered ELD students.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern and I appreciate the action to address the concern.
But just not to confuse the board over we will continue to use both terms interchangeably so that everyone knows what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay. I had a question about the program, the sheltered ELD program appears to be in the secondary, available at Lambs and Slow High School. Do we have it available on the coast?
So what we do for that is we'll offer for parents, if they want to, we'll transport their child to the appropriate program, either Laguna, or if not, they can stay at their site and then we'll provide sheltered ELD class support that way. It's not specifically the newcomer or sheltered ELD program, but they will have EL support if they choose to stay at either Loams or Morro Bay. And then as DLI rolls up to Loams, that will be part of what Shannon and the team and us are working on, of lining same sort of structures that are in place at Laguna as the DLI. There we'll build in and mirror at Loams. So they'll have those supports as well.
Okay, do you find that many coastal students are taking advantage of the opportunity to be transported into town?
Do you know the numbers? I don't know the numbers.
The reason those programs were established at Laguna and Slow High was because we had way more students there. It was only 1 or 2 or 3 at Morro Bay High when we were looking at opening the program, and Slow High had 12 or 15 newcomers already enrolled. Similarly, Loams has one, I think. So the numbers are, it wouldn't be appropriate to offer the program at the
No, I'm not
coast.
suggesting that it be offered in
But
both
we're making sure
locations.
that students can move to Slow High or Laguna. We do provide transportation, and even if they are able to graduate the programming, we will accommodate them to stay at their school of choice if they choose to stay.
So I was just wondering if the coastal students were availing themselves of the opportunity to attend these classes in town.
Do you know Mrs. McFadden Sullivan? We can get you that information in Friday.
I'm not
We'll
sure
look
who
it up.
opted in. I know several opted out and opted to stay at Morro Bay High. I'm not sure who opted in.
Okay. And then I think my other questions have been answered. I think that my question about LTEL students was answered. So does anyone else? Okay, then thank you very much. Oh, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this presentation? Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, then moving on. 10.02 is Measure C22 to approve the construction delivery method for the Morro Bay High Stadium renovation and the San Luis High artificial turf field projects.
So we talked a little bit about this at the last study session, but we're looking at, again, Morro Bay High School is in need of new lights for their field. And so that's kind of gone through DSA as well as bleachers, kind of bringing them up to par with what we've done at San Luis Obispo High School. Along the same lines, we're also looking at potentially putting in artificial turf in both schools. So tonight, it's really just asking the board if we can move forward with a design build contract for those projects. Because of the types of projects they are, the turf aspect of it, the timelines that we will have to meet to ensure that this gets accomplished, coming in, what type of turf, how do you put it in, contract, those types of things. It just seems like the best delivery method for this particular projects, for the two projects. So tonight we're asking the board to approve us to move forward with design build for both stadium projects. We'll be coming back and sharing turf and what it is. And, we had a lot of questions about it. Is it recyclable? Is it safe? Is it all those things? So as part of this process, I will have some representatives come and speak to the board and kind of talk about those projects as well.
Okay, questions? Okay, I do have a question. If we move forward with the design build contract, which is what you're asking, does that would in fact then commit us to this artificial turf?
So again, at the end of the day, the board would have to approve a GMP to move forward. Right? So this is simply just, I'm able to put out an RFQP, get a design build contractor architect who would then come back, would give us a proposal. Those proposals would come back to the board. We would share those. So this isn't like a final, oh, we have to do it now. So this is just the first step in kind of, again, going out, getting those proposals. What's it look like? How's this going to work? How would it happen? And even then, they would still have to go out and get bids for the work, all those types of things. The final say would be if the board approved a GMP, right? So that would be a separate time where you'd actually get a price that you would be approving to move forward with the construction of the projects.
So I had some questions during the study session because I am entirely unfamiliar with this product.
Yeah.
So I will take the opportunity to familiarize myself with it, but I would like to have an answer to the question. I think we were told that it was a 10 to 15 year lifespan, and I would just like to know, because it would be an added bonus
of course,
if when these large pieces of artificial turf are removed and replaced, if they are recyclable.
Yeah, so what I've read about field turf in one example, it's 100%. So their focus is zero landfill waste. And even in making the product, or they just have lots of sustainability goals. So I'll probably bring forward some representatives that can go through the dog and pony show with you and tell you everything about it and walk you through it. But yeah, just my general and kind of reading up on it, looking at it, all the materials can and are 100% recyclable, as well as they're actually using green energy, solar, those types of things to actually run their warehouses. On the safety front, because I know Mr. Unger had brought that up too, they've come a long way in terms of the safety. And so they have, these are products, field turf in particular is used at most of our like NFL stadiums, professional soccer leagues, most of the colleges around us, right? And throughout the United States. So they now actually have data in terms of students versus grass, artificial turf versus grass, and whether they ACL injuries or Achilles injuries. And so, they have a lot now that I'll have somebody come and share that with the board to get a little more in depth.
That would be wonderful. I mean, I realize we're not breaking trail on this.
Oh, no.
That it's established.
Several high schools.
I'm just not familiar. And it's really encouraging to me that this turf is made from recycled materials and it can be recycled at the end of its life term. It's just, it's good for the environment.
As you heard with Scott Scaldi today, as you've heard throughout, We have so many sports teams now and athletes and using the fields. We just can't, there's no downtime. So you can't make up for it. We love, allowing youth football to use it on Saturdays or other groups, right? And so this would just be a win community wise, I think. We're also looking at adding female flag football coming up, new CIF sport, right? That both schools are looking at. So it's just one, again, another use, another group using the field. So from us being able to sustain the fields, move forward, it's definitely something we should look into.
Yeah, there's no rest for a weary field. Mr. Banfield.
Well, I recall some 8 years ago, maybe even sooner than that, news reports talking about some of the problems that artificial turf could pose, including possible links to cancer. Had you ever heard anything like that? Have you ever heard anything like that?
We did back in the day, yep. So I think they've changed the products a lot from when they first started. It's the little like BBs that are in the turf itself that fill the fill product.
Yeah.
Is kind of the key.
That's what it was, wasn't it? It was the stuff that they'd put in it to keep the grass separated instead of matting.
So it actually provides the cushion
So did they change
for the grass.
that?
So they have some, yes. So I think we'll have somebody come out, talk about it. We'll talk about the types of products that are in it, those types of concerns. The biggest concern now is not necessarily that as much, because I think they've changed products and done different things. It's more just how hard the surface is. Concussions, again, it's ACL tears, it's those types of things, right? So the person we talked to kind of went through it and talked about it. And of course, it's a salesperson telling you their pitch and the information that they have. But, we also have several high schools within here and Santa Barbara County that have turf and are using it. So, and all indications are it's been great and good for those schools. So I don't think they've seen an uptick or issues that have happened. But definitely we'll have them come out and talk to those points.
Mr. Clausen.
Quick one. What feedback have you gotten from the athletic directors at the high school and the coaching staffs? Is it positive or negative?
They would be ecstatic if the board were to be able to move forward in this direction.
So positive.
Very positive. Very positive.
Dr. Prater?
I've been at this a long time, and I've seen and I've asked a lot of questions to superintendents across the whole state and many school districts for a variety of reasons, but mostly because of wear and tear on the fields. They've gone to artificial turf with lights because it's the way you can expand usage. And so without lights, when it gets dark, you leave the field. With lights, you can expand the use of all kinds of youth athletics that require field space, plus the amount of money we're spending on water. So the superintendents I've spoken with are unequivocal that they've been able to meet the demand that the communities have on field space. It's the number one concern I've heard, even as I've gone out for Measure D and C, that there just isn't enough access to fields. Not to mention the grass fields. Our maintenance guys are, as you well know, are spinning around trying to keep the gophers and the holes and the squirrels. And I was up at Taylor Field the other day, and it's, they're trying hard to stay on top of an impossible maintenance situation. And so I think this is the beginning of a future, especially in a county like ours that's prone to drought, that I just see this being a solution to a number of our issues that I see. Remember, people are our highest expense, and there's just not enough grounds crew to cover all the fields that are in demand. So I'd like to see us see this through at the high school level. I did hear from Coach Johnston from SLO High today, and I included you in my response. But he is a strong advocate for this because the football teams, freshman, JV, varsity, in the fall, not only need access to the fields, but they mangle the fields. And they're trying to go from practice field to the football stadium field. And then right when they're done, soccer starts. So the fields never have a chance to heal. And so with artificial turf, we can really go a long way. I'd like us to start at the high school level, at the stadium. Think about the practice fields because they both have lights. And as we talk about working with our cities, that could provide us with a revenue stream and access to youth sports, which is in high demand. And then I'd like to explore, as we work on Measure C, I'd like us to explore, if this works, I'd like us to explore some artificial space, turf space at the middle schools as well. Yeah, so that's just my soapbox on artificial turf.
One step at a time.
Mr. Unger, followed by Mrs. Baldonado.
I think, and I saw the email from Mr. Johnson, who I happen to know. I think that some of the wear and tear issues that we've heard about are in particularly hot climates. And I think we'll probably have a better climate for that. I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this after we go to public comment. So I would move approval of Measure C22, and 10.02.
I would suggest that we take Mrs. Baltadono's comment prior to a motion.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned, Dr. Prater, the impact on water use, because I think that is definitely a consideration when you're talking about artificial turf. I would also highlight that I think it's better for our students with allergies, severe allergies. I have some familiarity with that, and I think this could be very helpful, particularly to our athletes who need to play on grass, who are allergic to grass. And you also mentioned Taylor Field, so I would also wanted to clarify what fields we're talking about initially at SLO High School. There is a real need at Taylor Field as well.
So we're starting off at the two, Dr. Prater. So the goal would be to start at the two main fields. So Holt Field and Morro Bay High Schools, the main field, which is again soccer, football, flag football going to be there. Track uses those facilities as well. But it would be the main fields to start.
I would love to see those as pilot projects for SLO High School with a goal of extending that to other fields to serve all of our student athlete teams.
Agreed.
Okay, and I would just like to ask, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to ask it for really for the benefit of the public. Making this change, adding this work to both of our high schools, is it your belief that it would not in any way preclude our completing the work that we originally intended to complete under Measure C?
Yes. So again, in sharing the budget with the board, I think we're in a good spot to be able to look at these facilities. Again, there's going to be a lot of general fund savings that go into it as well. For our budget picture, those types of things that tie into it. But I wouldn't even bring it forward if I didn't think it was something that we could accomplish.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Unger.
And you do have somebody from the public.
Yeah.
A hand up.
Oh.
So I don't know if you do the motion first, sorry.
Okay, the person must be on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Your person on Zoom, our person on Zoom who would like to address us, please proceed.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when you first started presenting this, Mr. Pinkerton, I was actually quite thrilled because I love the artificial turf at Paso High. And it just is so clean and efficient and looks wonderful all the time. But then Trustee Banfield brought up a good point as far as safety. So I just Googled really quickly because in light of what we're learning about plastics, microplastics collecting in our bodies, there's reason to research this. And apparently testing has shown the presence of per and polyfluoral alkali substances, PFAS, in artificial grass, blades, carpet fibers, and carpet backing. Taking action on PFAS contamination is a high priority in many states. On a local level, some communities have used independent laboratory testing and detected PFAS in artificial turf marketed as PFAS free. And communities are concerned that water runoff from artificial turf, which would be rain water, may contribute to elevated PFAS concentrated in drinking water. So anyway, that was just a quick look-see, but it is a bit alarming because I think some intense research is needed as far as the safety, not, subjecting our kids to more plastic and any dangerous chemicals, because a lot of these are made from, recycled tires that have chemicals. And the district doesn't want to open themselves up for, lawsuits down the road. But gosh, I sure hope there are new products out there that are completely safe and free of chemicals, but I think they're all made of plastic. So anyway, just proceed with caution and maybe do some research before approving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Excellent point. I do think the board will have to do some homework on safety and before we proceed. Yeah.
Okay.
And I concur that I think it's important for us to look at the safety factor, and I am concerned about microplastics. So as we move forward, I would want to know those things. On that note, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by Mr. Banfield. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman. And I am a yes as well.
Thank you.
So that passes 6-0 with 1 absent. We're moving on now to the action consent agenda. Please let me know if you'd like any items pulled. 11.01, approval of certificated and classified personnel items. 11.02, approval of minutes of February 18, 2025. 11.03, approval of the minutes of March 4, 2025. 11.04, approval of the minutes of March 13, 2025. 11.05, acceptance of donations. And 11.06, approval of foreign exchange organizations. Having nothing pulled, I'm seeking a motion for approval.
I move that we approve items 11.01 to 11.06.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Banfield, a second by Mrs. Baltadano. Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman. Yes. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with 1 absent. Advance agenda. Seeing nothing, then I move to reports by board members. Mr. Banfield.
Guys and dolls. I want everyone that can hear my voice to know that I have never seen any high school production exceed this. And they did. I had to keep, Jill and I kept looking at each other and we kept saying, this is high school. I've seen Broadway shows on Broadway. I've seen Broadway shows at the Pantages. I've seen productions that have been really great, but I've never seen a high school production like this. Never. And kudos to Miss Vega's daughter. Miss Vega teaches at Pacheco. And her daughter had a lead part, and she was just Frida. She was just fabulous, fabulous. I was so taken back. What a wonderful show.
Thank you. Mr. Clausen.
No, I just wanted to say, guys and dolls, what I thought was cool about it was they had 67 students in the tech crew plus the performers, and 20 of the 47 performers were freshmen. So they're doing a great job at inclusivity there and growing that program. And the show was great.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comment, then we are adjourned.
Thank you, Meryl.
Man, you're welcome. I said, you're welcome.
Oh.